All right.
Day two.
Bitso
Stablecoin Conference in Mexico City.
How are you feeling right now?
And to be transparent, it is end of the day. I think we've each done at least 10 interviews. But hey, you're going to see this. We're recording on Tuesday. You're seeing this today on Thursday. You're going to see all our conversations from all these awesome builders. Morpho, One Money, Rain, Bitso, Polygon,
Modern Treasury,
Stack lineup. Drew, what's been your favorite part about
Verda Ventures? I actually really liked talking with Alex from Verda Ventures. I think he and I really agree with this, like, own the relationship with the customer, own the brand, own the distribution. Something that I'm feeling is that a lot of the companies in this room are really trying to find their footing in terms of who is in control of that customer relationship. And there's a lot of like frenemies and co-opetition. And I think understanding who's using what and who's wrapping who, trying to dig into those dynamics and understand where defensibility exists. So that's what I liked about today.
No, that's awesome. Well, big shout out to Agora and Bitso. Hopefully we'll be back here next year. This is year two at the conference. But tune into the rest of our conversations. We'll see you next week. Stay stable.
Stay stable. Thanks, y'all.
Okay, let's get this thing started. This is going to be a mega show today. This is going to be our first one. We have about a dozen conversations stacked up today. It's going to be a fun day. We're here again in Mexico City. We're kicking off the day with Nano from Bitso and Iñigo from Incode. There's some partnership announcements. There's some fun things that you guys are going to do together. Maybe we start with, we'll kick off with Nano. If you want to intro yourself in your role at the company, we'll do the same for you next. And then I'd love to just kick off with the partnership that you guys are talking about today.
Sure. Thank you, Drew. So quick intro on my side. I am Nano Rodriguez. I lead payments and operations here at Bitso. Super excited to be here. Thanks for the invitation to the podcast, but also happy to have you here.
Yeah,
in the
it's been
Stablecoin
fun.
Conference. Very, very fun days. So this is the second day, so a lot of activity happening.
Nana, you've been at Bitso for how long now? It's
I
been
have been for 5 years and a half.
5 years.
It's been a while now.
Yeah.
But
You've
yes,
seen a lot. You've seen a lot at the company through that time.
indeed. Yeah, it has been a long ride, similar to a roller coaster maybe, but yeah, fun ride.
And what is your current focus? I'm sure that has evolved a lot in 5 years. What are you currently focused on?
As a company, do you mean? Or
For you personally at the business?
So right now I'm leading the payments team, which it's a component. It has different components. Under my reports, I lead the operations team, and the alliances team that manage the key relationships as Incode that has become one of the relevant partner for us. We manage relationship with our key payments providers, intermediaries that we use across the region. So that's like the payment function right now, and that's my current focus.
Awesome. Cool. Pass it to you. I'll try my best to mediate throughout the chat. It's a little easier being one-on-one, but I'll do my best.
That's great.
How about you?
Super happy to be here. Iñigo Castillo, I lead Incode at LatAm. So here from Mexico City, we run operations all the way down to Buenos Aires. Incode is an identity company. So what we do is we help customers in a variety of sectors and industries to adequately identify their customers and prospects in a ever more fraudulent environment, right?
Yeah.
I mean, fraud is getting more complex and more sophisticated to catch. So, I mean, we help our customers to, in a very simple way, to identify the good guys and the bad guys when they're acquiring customers.
I was talking last night with I was at a ramp event, and I'm forgetting the name of this company, but there was someone building in compliance who was based in Mexico City, and I asked the question what the difference is between compliance and fraud. It seems like there's sort of sharing a Venn diagram, but how would you describe? I think he described it as, well, I'll let you describe. How do you see the differences?
Yeah,
there?
I mean, it's an interesting question, and we see it because when we're an enterprise service company, right? And we do our stakeholder mapping, and it's such a different conversation when you talk to a head of fraud at a company and when you talk to a compliance officer. So compliance officers usually just go through it's like a checkbox, right? And they're doing that checkbox, and they want to be sure when a regulator comes in or whatever that they're ready. And then fraud has, I think, at least in my opinion, a deeper or a more business oriented. That sounds interesting, but a business oriented outlook where they it's not just checking the boxes, right? I mean, if you ask a fraud manager or whatever, they get paid for how much fraud they let pass or not, right? It's not just it has a direct impact, or they keep a more direct impact on a company's balance sheet at the end. So I would say that's kind of the difference. I think again, compliance officers are more regulated, focused, stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to dive into more of each of the focus of each of you separately, but what are you announcing today? What is this partnership? And give us the details of how you guys come together.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe sharing a little bit of a background here for a better understanding of the decision and how these partnerships comes in place. But Bitso has been historically characterized itself by being a company that we put trust and security on top of any other priority. That's non-negotiable for us. We have been operating this region for 12 years, and our main value for no matter in what team do you work is to honor the commitment with trust and security that we have with our users and customers' funds. So I think that in honoring that commitment, we are obviously continuously evolving that way that we build solutions and the companies that we partner up with to help us in this mission of becoming the most secure and trusted platform across the region. So as a result, this was maybe this is a long story, but Bitso has a set of different providers to validate the identity of the users that are being onboarded into our company. Okay. We have more than 9 million users on the retail side and 2,000 businesses on the Bitso Business side, on the B2B arm of our company.
You said 9 million or 90 million?
9 million.
9 million,
9 million
consumer users.
Yeah.
And then 2,000
business.
business. Okay.
Yeah. So we found out that there were like an opportunity to improve the way that we were validating identities to individuals in the region. And in the team that I lead, it was historically a payments team, a payments related. So this was a hard mission because we decided to run an RFP and to took all the relationships with our current providers that runs KYC or ID verification in Bitso, to really make a bold move and improve the way that we were validating this. So in alignment with dozens of teams in Bitso, with compliance, legal, product, operation, engineering, etc., we built one of the strongest, maybe longest RFPs that was ever built to evaluate all vendors across the industry.
I can attest to that.
So he put you through a lot, is what you're saying. He made you work for this one.
She can confirm that. So we built this very long process, very tough process with dozens of tests, real tests, dozens of questionnaires, etc. And we evaluated more than 30 different vendors across the region.
Wow. That's a lot. I'm surprised there's like 30 people in this stack that can deliver that. And this is just to be clear for people who are kind of like, getting to know this a little bit. So this is the process that you go to if I'm wanting to get an account with Bitso to do, whether I'm trading or sending funds or bringing funds into the platform. This is the part of the process which is typically like the worst part of the process because it's typically like full of a ton of steps and time, and it can be a really it can be a process that loses customers if you do it wrong. And there's a ton of like user experience things. So this is like for all the companies that we talked with, this part of the stack has typically been riddled with friction historically. So there's like this interesting balance of like, you want it to work, but you also want it to feel seamless. We can dive into this a little bit, but keep going. I just wanted to frame like where this takes shape.
That's totally accurate. So yes, as a result of this very long and tough process that we put together, Incode resulted the winner in several dimensions, characteristics. I won't pitch Incode. I will let Iñigo to pitch Incode in that sense, but I can confirm that the main drivers of this decision was obviously that we saw the technological stack that Incode had, that was very smooth for the user experience, but also they were very connected to all databases across the region, specifically in Mexico, which is our main market. So we can validate the identity of our users against all those different databases and be sure that the user that we are onboarding is a real user, and we are not failing in that screening, right? So it has like both sides of the coin. First, ensuring a great user experience, but also a very deep connection to databases and controls that we need to have in place. Because if we onboard fraudulent users, it's not only a detriment or a risk for the company, but it's also for other users as well, because it's kind of a shared risk, at some point maybe. So that was like the ultimate reason that we selected Incode as to becoming one of our partners for identity validation and other checks that we do for onboarding.
What was before we get into what it is, just what was the thing that stuck out most to you? And you reviewed many different companies here. Like what was one of the key deciding factors of why they stood out in your mind?
I would say that like a strong LatAm footprint that Incode have was one of the main differentials
like
against
depth,
the other
regional depth.
Yeah, exactly.
So speak a little bit about that. How have you built that, and what are these databases that he's very thankful that you guys have integrated so well?
Yeah, so the databases thing is interesting because we kind of pioneered that in Mexico actually. So this varies by country. There's some countries like the US, for example, where it's like highly federated. Identity is managed in a very federated way, right? So if you go, if you go to Washington, there's not like a federal, database of, biometric data or whatever, you have to go to the DMVs, for example, and each DMV is run by the state. So that's an example. You go to Brazil, and then that's even more fragmented, right? Because you have so many different ID documents, and each state has their own rules. And then you have countries like Mexico or Colombia, for example, where you have a centralized governmental institution. In the case of Mexico, is the electoral institution that serves as that source of truth. We call them source of truth. So what that gives you in the process of identifying someone, it turns from a probabilistic identification where you use, our algorithms and all that, to a deterministic one, because you can for sure know if whoever is onboarding or whoever is doing an authentication process is who they say they is, against a governmental database that has a bunch of data, of data points, right? It could be biometrics, could be, of course, name, address, whatever, right? So we pioneered that. That's an important thing. We're pioneering that in the US as well, for example. We're first company to be able to connect to several of the state's DMVs, right? And a bunch of our clients in the US are quite happy at that. And then we've done it in Colombia, we've done it in Argentina. Now there are countries where that's not possible. There are processes where that is not needed from a regulatory standpoint. So still you need to be very on the performance of your algorithms when you're doing ID and ID verification. And I think that's also what stands out about Incode. I mean, we own all our stack, and that's very important because a bunch of our competitors kind of bunch third-party technology on top of their solution. What owning our own stack gives us is that, I mean, fraud is changing so fast. You need to adapt really fast, and not owning your own stack just makes you slower to react, right?
Yeah, let's dive into this a little bit. Like, what are you both? I mean, one, from maybe taking the infrastructure side of this, you're probably integrated with many different companies. You're seeing like across fintech or across different applications, the attempts at attempts at being fraudulent.
Yeah.
You see all of that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering for each of you, like, what are you seeing thematically that you maybe have seen in the past, or like examples of things that you were able to stop from happening? Like, give us a real, as tangible as possible. Like, what is actually being prevented here, and what have you seen happen? If these types of things aren't in place.
Yeah, I mean, I think the LatAm point that Nano was making comes into place here because, I mean, Incode, despite now being quite a global company, really started out in LatAm. And LatAm is as much as an adversarial place in the world to work in fraud, right? I mean, the type of fraud that we were seeing 4 or 5 years ago in Brazil, you would not believe. And then what we're seeing now.
What does that mean for those? What does that mean?
So it means like, the level of sophistication of deepfakes, for example, right? Or the ability for fraudsters to, get a jailbroken phone, put a virtual camera in, and then, slide deepfake videos in order to bypass an onboarding process.
So this is the part where they will essentially, it's identity fraud, where they'll appear that using a deepfake, that part of the KYC process where you're showing your face, like
exactly,
that would be
exactly like exactly like bypassing a liveness
test.
A liveness test. The thing is, I mean, the MO is known. It's just the quality of how they're doing things with. I mean, we always talk about AI, and AI is lowering, of course, barriers and creating access and all that. But there's this other side that we see, is that AI is just giving all these tools to the fraudsters who are able to just increase the quality of their attacks.
Yeah.
And the only way to counter that is with just better technology, better machine learning algorithms. And I think that's where we stand out, because when we built the company 10 years ago, we always thought that there will come a time where the human eye would not be able to verify identity. So all our, a lot of the legacy identity companies had a human in the loop process, right? To verify identity. And since we started without that, and in LatAm, we have these two modes, right? It's just time and data. And we've been able to kind of climb on that to have the best trained models in the world, we think. to do a completely automated identity verification.
Yeah. No. What about you? What are you seeing when it comes to what you're ultimately trying to prevent here? What have you seen? What are some of the maybe learnings you've seen internally with this conversation around fraud and compliance, or what have you maybe seen in the industry externally that you're trying to avoid? Why is this so important for you to get right?
Yeah, I think that I fully agree with what Iñigo said here, that the level of sophistication that we are seeing in the industry to create fraud, it is incredible. We have seen very strong cases where deep fake AI, as Iñigo said, that's people that do the liveness check, that they have plugged in or adulterated the device, so they can just generate a deep fake AI version of their self or a different person. Several companies are failing to validate and detect that. So we are preparing a little bit for the future, because AI and this fraud will keep evolving with the time, and we want to be paired up with a provider that has a very strong technological stack to adapt themselves at the time, as fast as the fraud is adapting to new tools and ways to commit fraud. No, so that's the ultimate reason that we partner up, but it's also what we are seeing that is going to happen in the future. So having folks like Incode on top of our validations makes us being more prepared for that future, where with the time it's going to become very, very hard to detect fraudulent in platforms, like in digital platforms overall, right?
What are some, for those who aren't working in compliance or fraud full time, and they're not seeing this? I think crypto digital assets, for in some ways good reason, has been associated with fraud and crimes, and bad actors typically are, this industry has, like any payments industry, we have had our fair share of that. What are you guys seeing as like really the main use cases that you're trying to avoid, or like landmines that this type of relationship or this technology avoids? For those who aren't working in the conversation, what are the most common ways that fraudsters are leveraging these types of tools? Like, I'd love specific use cases that you've seen, or like common ways that, deepfakes is a good example, but like, let's say that happens and these fraudsters are able to access these systems. Why do they, like, how are they, once they're in, what are they doing? Like, what are the core ways that they're taking advantage of this?
There is a long variety of use cases, to be honest. Bad actors are basically trying to launder money, or to enter money that is illegal, from illegal sources to platforms. Likely in Bitso, as I mentioned, we invested a ton since our very beginnings into having great fraud prevention barriers and controls on top of our onboarding processes. So we haven't seen many of that in our platform. But as I mentioned, we are seeing that in the industry, the fraud cases are constantly evolving. So we want to be prepared for that future, wherever the sophistication is super high. But ultimately, answering your question, use cases are like bad actors that use an identity of a person that they are not themselves, but they maybe through phishing, they got some personal information from a third party, and they onboarded that person using an identity that is not themselves, to move money or to move illegal funds across the financial services. And that's, I will say, that is like the most common use case of bad actors. And for sure, maybe Iñigo has more context.
Yeah, I mean, I can give a couple of examples. I mean, on lending use cases, for example, I mean, you can onboard and then.
So if I have like a great credit history, and someone who doesn't could intentionally try to steal my identity to get.
We saw fairly recently in one of the countries we operate, where credit bureau information was filtered, for example, right? So a fraudster could steal your identity and go ask a credit on your behalf if you had a good credit, and then they'll open a new account and they'll receive the funds and run away. Another is, financial institutions have several authentication use cases, right? So you might have biometric authentication use case for when you want to, change the device that you had uploaded with a bank or whatever. And those are great windows for account takeover use cases, right? So someone can impersonate you, take over your account, and literally just go inside and empty your account. So going back to one of your original points is how do you build this trust layer without adding friction to an already friction-full process, right?
Yeah, because you could take a week's asking questions and diligencing these users.
You need to go to a
mail us this thing.
Exactly.
I mean,
and then it kind of defeats the purpose of what Bitso are doing, which is just decentralizing and giving access and lowering barriers and all that. So that's what we feel like really at Incode. We feel really compromised in our partnerships because we are an agent of a lot of the missions that companies like Bitso are pursuing, right? I mean, we are a very special part of that, and we take that very seriously.
Yeah, it's an interesting tension because these tools reduce barriers, they give access by nature, but compliance and onboarding by nature is putting barriers in the way. Correct. So it is an interesting thing. As we close here, I know this was quick. What would you guys say, just from maybe your perspective as the adopter or the platform side, and then you as the infrastructure, like what would be the main, if you were speaking to others in your positions in other companies, or you're speaking to other nanos, what is your main piece of advice or like things that you've learned throughout this very extensive process of vetting Incode? Like, what would be your advice to maybe others at other payments companies who are considering this really crucial stack decision?
Yeah, I think that I am gonna repeat myself a little bit, but it's a matter of preparing for the future because no matter if the current company is not receiving these fraudulent actors, it can just happen in a second. The bad actors exploit a vulnerability in a platform, and if you are not prepared, if you haven't built the right technological stack, if you haven't partnered up with the right persons to make those controls or help you during the onboarding process, that company is gonna be under a severe risk. So my suggestion maybe for those in my roles in other companies is to be prepared because we are seeing that AI is evolving at an exponential rate and everything is changing. And you really want to have a very robust partner helping you abstracting all that complexity out from the users, but also ensuring that you are going to be prepared for that moment.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we see our partnerships as technology partnerships, right? So what we offer our customers is that we jump on our bandwagon of innovation, right? We're at the forefront of a lot of these things. And I think that depend on us, on our ability to speed up innovation. And we're seeing that. I mean, as some of the topics we're talking about, they will just get more complex. The trust part will always be at risk. For example, as we enter the agentic world and economy, right? I mean, just imagine each of us is going to have, hundreds of agents working on our behalf, maybe moving funds from one place to another. There's going to be the need to put processes in place to identify who's behind those agents, right? Like the personhood part. It's not only just, if you are who you say you are, it's if you're human, right? Doing the process. And we are entering into all these things that are quite frontier, but they're closer than what we might imagine. And I imagine Bitso is depending on us and saying, well, they're probably working on their agentic plan and all that is, well, how are we going to be able to, partner up in that as well, right? And so that's an example on how it is at the end an innovation partnership. And I think that's what we offer, and we're super happy to be able to have the trust of Bitso and looking forward to this.
It's incredible. Well, we in the coming weeks are announcing a new series, a new media series called Incline, which is going to be focused entirely on agentic commerce. So if you guys are building some cool stuff in that world together, maybe we can have you guys back for that. We do the show virtually. I know we're in person right now, but guys, this was fun. Thanks for unpacking this relationship a little bit, diving into yeah, just the key part of the stack around compliance. I know it can be like boring for some, but it's incredibly important to get right, as we've talked about. So really appreciate y'all's time.
I'm happy to be here.
Well, that was our live conversation with Bitso and Incode here in Mexico City. We're in the Stabledash booth powered by Agora. We're going to take a quick break and we'll keep we have a lot of conversations up next. So folks, stick with us. We'll be right back. Thank you.
Okay, we're back. This is Zach from Stabledash. I'm sitting here with Dave from Etherfuse. I mean, really, you're probably the first person that comes to mind, candidly, when I think of local stablecoin, non-USD stablecoins. We talked about it, I think, 70% of the time yesterday. So excited to dive in today. And you're far from a first-time guest. I think this is Stable-Minded.
Yep.
Have you been on Stabledash Live twice?
I think so.
Yeah, twice. So you're climbing the ladder of most interviewed guests, which is great because you are kind of in a league of your own when it comes to what you do with stable bonds. So we'll get there. I want to start with, I mean, what's it like to be back in Mexico City? You kind of mentioned this is kind of like coming home. You've been here for 5 years. You get to see this market mature. Like, what's the biggest difference you've seen in the last 5 years? And
Yeah, so this thesis that everyone's talking about now, we had 5 years ago, and Mexico was the first place we came. So we have multiple subsidiaries all over the world, and Mexico was the first. So, or the first country that we launched and operated out of. So we've been here the longest. You know, the biggest presence of our team is. It's really awesome to come here to see. It's like a way to measure your growth each year.
yeah,
And, you know, last year, this conference was like, wow, we kind of made it, not really made it, but like at least for somebody,
Yeah.
And this year, it's
like Etherfuse. Oh, I know you guys.
yes, yes, and it's really nice, because part of a startup is just trying to get your toe in the room, and then you're in the room, and then make money in the room, and and so I think the greatest thing is to see, all the hard work we've been doing is paying dividends each year.
Yeah.
And measuring that against the year before. So
it's funny you mentioned that, like kind of feeling like a little bit, you start feeling like you made it. We have an advisor who's with us. We're kind of doing a team offsite, and he's like, yeah, I was at an event last night and I said I'm with Stabledash, and people actually said this year, yeah, I know who you are. Cause we're barely 2 years into this, and we were here last year. And again, it was the first time going around the circuit. LatAm has kind of been like your core market. You obviously went to market with the Mexican peso stablecoin. You've mentioned I think you have 5 or 6 live, but you just went live with another one recently, you were telling me?
Yeah, so we just launched Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan was, I think, in a final evolution of our playbook that helped us figure out how to launch countries. So, and end to end. So we are now fully regulated. We issue Kazakhstani debt on chain, and we are like in the middle of building the ramps there as well. But what's interesting with Kazakhstan is we were able to take a lot of our learnings on how we engage with regulators and what we say and how we articulate our products so that we can ensure that everything we need to be able to do, we can do. It also was very quick. Like Mexico, when we started 5 years ago, it was a 2.5 year process, and so this is like our 4th country that we've been regulated in. We've entered other ways too, but Kazakhstan was like 3 months.
3 months.
End to end. So
like first discovery call. And so did they come in with, was this a cold introduction? You met them at a conference, or was this they came to you, they kind of had an idea of what they wanted to do, but they didn't know how to do it?
Yeah. So, and this might be something interesting to talk about too, is like in the last like 6 to 3 months, even, we are getting so much inbound from literal governments and institutions. And I think what we've done well is articulate a problem we're trying to solve, and it's a problem that they want to solve too. And so with Kazakhstan, we actually had them come out to us and say, hey, we want you to help us issue our debt on chain. Wow. And so we felt a lot of confidence. It's just like anything, you wonder who's wasting your time or not, you know? So we felt a lot of confidence, like, hey, we can do this, but the process can't be exhaustive. It can't be years. It has to be days. And they gave us a lot of confidence, but also they were buying Mexican debt from us just to experience the process. Wow. So we saw them KYB and KYC. So we're like, these people are things
prompted that, or was that like, hey, we recommend you, like, this is your 0 to 1?
Yeah. Basically, they saw what we were doing and said, we want you to do this here. And they made accounts and they bought assets to see what it looks like and feel. And so I felt that they were very serious.
That must have felt like we're doing something right.
It felt really good. I think what was interesting about this is we met with everybody in the room there that has kind of like a decision point making this happen. Kazakhstan, and you might see this in other areas, there actually are 2 governments and 2 constitutions.
Interesting.
And you might see this in other areas too. It's a pattern where like a new government wants radical change. And so instead of changing the old system and uprooting things, they create a new one. And so it could be complex in the fact that we'd have to get regulated in both to do an exhaustive approach, but it went very quick, even to the point where we were meeting with the Ministry of Finance to recommend a debt type that works good with on-chain debt. So just as an example, our assets get rated, and a lot of times people want to know what's it collateralized by. Well, that becomes very simple if the debt product is very simple, if it's short-term, if it's highly liquid. And one of the things we recommend is creating a debt product like gilts, where it's a series with an ISIN that's fixed, and they just create a new tap to it. So we can go to people and say, this is the type of debt we buy, and it will always stay the same. And so I don't know if this is clearly making sense, but the different debt issuances aren't changing. So I can clearly communicate to you, this is the product that is collateralizing it. You can read a prospectus on it, and you know in 6 months that's not going to change.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Did you see the work that Jason Yanowitz and Blockworks were doing with the Token Alliance program? Well, so they're really going out there and obviously more on the token side of things, but saying, hey, how do we give investors, and the market clear standards for tokens and disclosures?
Yeah.
Is there the equivalent of that right now for issuing sovereign debt on chain, or is it more like we think this is the best route right now and we're modeling this after existing tried and true models?
Yeah, I think our recommendations probably follow that pattern of saying the blockchain is a new interface for your debt and it works differently than the traditional space. So how can we mold what's worked in certain places and improve them for the blockchain? An example, just to make this kind of clear, is most bond issuances, they end. And so you have to explicitly say, I want to sell this and I want to reinvest it. Or you pay someone to do that for you, like a fund, to roll it over. Or you have an app like Treasury Direct where you click, do this for me. Well, our protocol just does that inherently, where it's inverse. Your decision to divest is the action behavior, not your decision to reinvest. So I don't know if this is making the most sense, but it inverts the activity that needs to happen. And so to create a bond product that supports that better is a short-term product that doesn't change serial or series. So it kind of matches the new interface.
Yeah.
And so we kind of approach now, we're working with 7 governments right now for a new, so next quarter we'll have a few. We approach them to kind of articulate this, and none of this is new. Like Gilts, I think, is probably our best model, the British short-term debt product of something that is a great collateral for a stablecoin. So we just articulate those points.
Let's go back to I think the biggest question most people are going to hear when they hear this is, why Kazakhstan? We hear Mexican peso, we hear BRL a lot, we hear the euro. I think we've seen a few what's the company they're doing, rupees, I think backed by gold again. So getting more activity in this region, what's the use case for Kazakhstan?
Well, I'd say the mission statement for Etherfuse is to on-ramp the rest of the world. So we don't really focus or think about Europe or the West too much. We focus about the underrepresented areas. So, and not even like a moral statement, is just we see opportunity there.
Yeah.
And we have a protocol and a playbook that we can go and apply and on-ramp it. So Kazakhstan, why Kazakhstan? Well, one, they came to us and convinced us it would be quick and that they were interested. I mean, the second use case is everyone there is intuitively understands the need for stablecoins because proximity to Russia and proximity to China. So Russia is sanctioned, so they have family in Russia that they can't get money from. They have, and so they understand, hey, I need some way to talk with people who I know that I can't, and so not that we support sending money from Russia or whatever, but they understand the need to have some mechanism that is independently sovereign and supported. And so stablecoins are second nature to them. The other would be, China is kind of a wall fence for a lot of people, but there's a strong relationship and a strong gateway to China through Kazakhstan. So there's two exchanges there, Case and AIX, and both have partnership exchanges in China. So you can move money between China and Kazakhstan pretty easily, which is hard to do anywhere else.
Yeah.
I just gave away a lot of my secrets, but
I was going to say, you let us know if we need to change any of that.
We obviously are, I'll just stress, we're fully AML compliant. We follow all sanctions laws, but I bring that up to just put in your mind that we don't have problems with making payments or talking to relatives, but they do. So they understand the need for a more personally owned, decentralized mechanism of interacting with finance.
And so walk me through now, okay, the stablecoin exists. what's next? Is there, because I think we've seen like the Marshall Islands, there's, you know, the government using I think they have a I'm going blank, it's USDM1, but I'm going blank on the company. And, you know, they're using that stable coin for, you know, I think payments with their universal income. Is this, are we thinking along those lines with how they're thinking using this? Is this going into the consumer apps in exchanges and more in the importer exporter use cases? Is it still early right now and the first step is just getting the currency on chain?
Yeah. So we are an infrastructure. Fundamentally, we offer FX and yield, like at its basic. But we wrap that up in an SDK for you to build products on top of them. So we don't necessarily build a stable coin. It is, but it's a yield-bearing stable coin. We call it a stable bond. And we believe that on top of this product, you can build anything in finance. And so we expose that to the institutions, neobanks, to startups in that country. And so what's next for us, so once we issue the asset, we build the rails between it. So in all of our countries, the end goal, and in half of them we're live today, you can go from any bank account in that country to an on-chain asset of equivalent value for free.
Wow.
So right now we are issuing from Kazakhstan, and now we are working with our partnership bank there, Halik Bank, to map a bank account to a self-custody wallet in a compliant way, enable the community there to go from bank account to an asset for free, and then we'll on-ramp the banks and startups and things like that.
What's the belief behind doing that for free? Because I think you could easily charge, you know, whatever, a couple cent Forex fee on it. That's a big problem that I think a lot of consumers have in the market right now when they're going and swapping in between that. Like, why free?
I just think it's the wrong place to make money. So we make money. We are now in the middle of a lot of things. We're in the middle of your debt product. We are cheaper than a broker to get debt because we collectively bargain now for those assets. We are in the middle of your FX product. We now have an asset for lending and things like that. So we try to make money where it makes sense and not where we can. And so I think to make it free for us is to inspire growth and to become the infrastructure layer. I think if we charged, we'd leave a lot of room for other people to make it free. But also I think from a fundamental point of view, we see if folks in these countries are going to start to rely on the blockchain as a primary financial infrastructure to go and buy a soda, that has to be free, except the cost of a soda. So, you know, credit cards are taking off right now. But if I use I'll make up a fake name because I love all these people. I'll use my
Stablecoin card.
And it's collateralized by USDC, and I'm in Mexico. That costs me the cost of the soda, but plus probably 100 bits in FX. And so we want those stablecoin card issuers to use us because now we eliminate that FX cost and we make it more useful for everyday Mexican to use. So
have you talked to Stepan from Altitude?
Yes, they should. Stepan is
he had a call last week when he was on stream. He says, hey, call to non-USD stablecoin builders. I was like, all right, I hope you and Dave are talking because we've talked about this a few times now, and for me it's a very glaring, like, why if you see all the time on Twitter, hey, FX rates, we're tired of these, why aren't companies moving a little bit faster to find that? Probably because they make money on it. So
I'll put pressure on Stepan. They will use us. They're going to use us. We're already talking. Okay, it's time to commit. That's good. Now we're close friends. And we talked back at StableCon too in Amsterdam. I believe they will eventually use us for Mexico and Brazil at least. And I mean, we're the intuitive. We unlock them quite a bit. I think they'll see that. And you know, we're already talking. They're great people. So I'm being kind of obnoxious here, but
no, I mean, I think there's a place for this in media and like building in public where I like the call to actions. I actually encourage guests to do it more because it's like, hey, at the end of the day, you never know who's going to see that one moment. Or again, we've had over 200 guests. It's like at some point when we ask you, what do you need? Who are you looking to actually connect with? Like we could probably help facilitate that. At least we hope so. I guess kind of last question before we wrap. I'm going back to, you mentioned in Kazakhstan working with fintechs. what's your kind of like go to market motion in kind of this virtual world when you're starting to get plugged into these developer communities in emerging markets? I was talking with Guillermo from El Dorado, and he mentioned, hey, in Bolivia, we're opening a brick and mortar for our business banking product.
I think we have 4 stages of entering a market. The first is as a foreign entity where we issue an asset from a foreign country that's custodied in that country. Then we develop some revenues there, and then we enter on a partner's rails. So someone who has, most countries are real-time payment systems now. So they have people who offer those through useful APIs. We do that, and we start to, if our rails start to work, then we start to build them ourselves, and then we become regulated. So individually, so that means we open up a subsidiary there. Yeah. So we have subsidiaries in a lot of countries. It does get quite complicated. So we wait, we go through steps to ensure that we're seeing some response first. Now that's been a 5-year kind of outlook.
Yeah.
The last 3 months, we've had 4 or 5 countries reach out to us. And so it's like speed running this process. And it's kind of taken our playbook and thrown it in the air where we're like, dang, maybe we go straight to regulated first. And then,
and then the demand will come. Like,
we'll figure it out. Cause it took us 3 years to get a no action letter from Mexico. And it took us, I have a bunch of stuff I could tell you about, but in one of the biggest countries in the world, it took us a week, and by the time this comes out, it will probably be public, but we'll talk about it then.
Yeah. I was going to say, you'll be on in the future, so we can save it.
And we're the only company in that country that has this denomination articulated from a regulator. So I think we've built a lot of trust. I think people see how we behave with other countries. We respect their culture. We respect their sovereignty. We respect their need to have control of it. And so I think the inbound that we're starting to see is like a dividend from the work we put in. And so that was our playbook before.
Yeah.
I think these next 6 months to the end of the year, we'll probably onboard 40 new countries because we've built that kind of reputation.
Wow. I think that's a good place to wrap, because I'm just thinking next time, like, can we go boots on the ground in one of these countries, like with developers? That's kind of how we're thinking, like, how can we make this show? Again, we've been kind of siloed into geos. How do we kind of break out? And
I think it'd be very interesting. So I was just talking to a co-founder. We likely are closing a new round here pretty soon. And I want to do something with you guys, because I go in these places and I'm like, this is such an insane life experience. Like,
yeah,
I was in Almaty. I'm kind of embarrassed to say this, but when I was there, I was like, I had never thought about this place 4 months ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And now it's like 90% of your brain capacity between, the work. And
we had a country, and this is embarrassing, it's very American, reach out to us and said, we're from this place. We want you to come here. And I was like, where? And so that would be a cool place to bring you guys along, because every country has a different characteristics of how they could apply stablecoins and why it's useful for them. And that's how we think about it, And so I would love to do some stuff that you guys probably help tell that story better than we can.
That's where we've talked. I mean, again, we get the chance to maybe get together in person 3-4 times a year, and it's okay. Hey, we like what we're doing. We like the interviews. How do we branch out from that? Can we go talk to your customers? How much do they actually want to talk? That's the side of the space right now that's almost not getting covered at all. Like even the MoneyGram and Western Unions of the world, they're starting to come out, but it kind of took a while for them to get talking about them. So obviously follow that through to the government of Kazakhstan or whoever's building with these stablecoins. But even the side of, there's a lot of stories to tell here that are more than just product.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to talk more about that. So more to come. I'm sure we'll have you on in the next few quarters as you go live, and who knows how many more nations. But we'll be back shortly with more interviews from a Stablecoin Conference in Mexico City, powered by Bitso Business. Dave, thanks again.
Step in.
Call to action. You'll see a clip.
Okay, we are back. We are live here in Mexico City, day 2 of Bitso Stablecoin Conference. We're here in the booth, powered by Agora. Shout out to that team. And we are here with one of our just original guests of our podcast. Tom, you were one of our first guests on the show over, almost feels like 2 years ago, almost now. We have not caught up since then. So I'm excited to hear about Walapay, what the latest is, but maybe we start off with co-founder, CEO, what your intro is, and what a little bit about the company, high level.
Yeah, for sure. So my name is Tom Borgers. I'm one of the founders of Walapay. We're a company that's been around now for about 2.5 years. And what Walapay does is essentially money movement infrastructure centered around stablecoins, focused especially on moving money in and out of emerging markets for B2B primarily, right? So we deal with a lot of businesses, fintechs, PSPs in regions like LatAm, Africa, Middle East, and APAC as well. And we help them move money, manage money, etc., using stablecoin based technology.
Cool. Maybe to kick off a little bit of like the stack that you have built. A lot of the audience we have is pretty native in some ways to the industry. How have you, from an infrastructure standpoint, how have you built what you've created? Are there key partners or infrastructure partners in the stack that you're using versus maybe more of these first party proprietary things that you guys are help us maybe we start unpacking the difference there?
Yeah, for sure. I think maybe where I can start is everything that we've built is kind of centered around 2 basic theses. One is that the future of financial services, and certainly cross-border payments, is centered around wallets as the heart of a company's financial operations, and public ledgers as the way that value gets moved around, right? So stable coins being obviously very, very dominant in that framework. So that's number one. And then number 2, we really fundamentally believe that if you're going to derive the biggest advantages and benefits out of using stablecoins and wallets, you need to own as much of the infrastructure that you're providing to your customers, right? So we have really taken that to heart in the markets that we consider strategic. So those include, especially countries like Mexico, actually, other parts of LatAm and APAC. And we've gone and, tried to get licenses wherever we can. We've built direct relationships with banks, bank partners in countries like Mexico, the US, etc. And then we've built our own liquidity engine on top of that. And then we've connected that infrastructure in both sides of the corridors that we serve to be able to really provide this disintermediated experience for our customers, right? So we try to own as much of the infrastructure as possible, so that we're not kind of eroding a lot of the benefits you get from using stablecoins on public ledgers.
Cool.
But then of course, you're always dealing with partners in the payments world. I think that's still very much a reality. So we work, with companies like Kappa, for instance, for liquidity. Our liquidity engine in every market is based in part on our own liquidity, but obviously we're also pooling in from various different providers that are both crypto native and then not crypto native, right? So we might work with the bank on FX, but we might also work with, a more kind of an open FX type liquidity provider. And all of that kind of gets aggregated into our liquidity stack.
The liquidity stack or engine that you're talking about.
Yeah.
How would you break that down in a playbook? How have you, maybe the first time we got introduced was it the podcast season we did with Defense?
Yeah.
Was that it?
Yeah.
So is the core infrastructure that on the wallet side, are they still a key part of that, or how are you thinking about that?
Yeah, I think I say we're trying to own as much as we can, but there are certainly parts of the stack where we've clearly said this is not our core competency and we're not going to build our own or roll out our own. That obviously applies to the chain itself, to the bank layer, and then also to the wallet. So in terms of wallets, like today we work with defense primarily. We also work with Privy, and we may work with other providers because ultimately, we're trying to give options to our customers where we're not kind of building our own tech. Right?
Sure. So if they already use Privy or they already use defense for that decision, does that make integrating or using Walapay that much easier? Like you can kind of have integrations in some ways, or am I thinking about it incorrectly?
Yeah, no, you can bring your own wallet, right? If you have like one of these providers, or you can leverage ours. And there are a few different configurations where you might go like fully self-custodial a la Privy, or work with a more custodial setup where we use defense.
Cool. So it's been a year and a half-ish, I think, since we talked. What are you most proud of that you've built since then? Like where have you been spending your time? It sounds like you're getting licensed in some local regions. You're building some of this like liquidity tech. What are some of these key like proud founder pillars when you think back on the last year and a half that you guys have done? It's a lot of time.
Yeah,
a lot of days.
I mean, I can't tell you how different the company is today than a year and a half ago. But we've made like really big strides from a licensing and banking infrastructure perspective. So I would say I'm most proud of serving the customers that we do today. We have an incredible array of customers that range from folks like Nuve on the PSP side to more stablecoin neobanks like Cast and Zarpay and Ugly Cash. And so I'm very proud to be serving these customers, which are really bringing the technology into the hands of people in a very tangible way, right? That's kind of more on the results or like outcomes, right? But with respect to the tech that we've been building, I'm really proud of the work that we've done to bring these corridors together, especially across LatAm and APAC, right? This is probably the biggest source of growth for us, and where we've spent the most amount of time making sure that these corridors, for example, Mexico to China or Brazil to Hong Kong, Colombia to Singapore, these kinds of corridors, we've made them very, very easy and streamlined, right? So it's now faster, cheaper, and more transparent to send money across borders in those corridors. And a lot of that has been because of the work we've done to build up our infrastructure on both sides, right? And especially, I would say, in the China-Hong Kong kind of region, we've done a huge amount of work to make sure that we can do this in a compliant way, working with all of the best licensed providers and banking partners over there. So yeah, I think that's enabled a huge shift in kind of what we're able to do and what we're able to bring for these customers.
Yeah. So let's double click on Cast. We love Cast, and they're a proud sponsor of the show, and we've had Rags on, I think, more than any other guest. So dive into maybe how Walapay practically serves a company like them, and maybe the value add in terms of how you guys are providing, like what does that look like, and we can kind of use that as like a case study for a little bit.
Sure. And I'll talk about Cast, but this applies to a lot of other similar kinds of companies that are building in the space. But
like, what problems did they have that you solved?
The range of problems that we see from Cast and some others are typically around getting access to named virtual accounts in USD, Euro, pounds, some of the key kind of G7 currencies, and then connecting that with stablecoin infrastructure that enables on and off ramping in emerging markets, right? I think it's at this point, like it's not particularly difficult to do the more traditional FX corridors like USD to Euro, right? This is not something where stable coins need to come in and disrupt the market, but stable coins definitely can help in emerging markets and moving money across emerging markets, right? So where we're really adding value for customers like Cast is especially in terms of off-ramping from stable coins to local currencies in markets like Pakistan, Egypt, Nigeria, UAE, Colombia, and even more developed markets like Japan, which are, they're very different structurally, but actually they're also, from a regulatory perspective, very, very complex to work with and to do right. So those are the types of markets that we're enabling for folks like Cast and others.
Okay. I'd imagine there's like an evolution of like the users of something like this. Like Cast is an interesting example because they have end users that have a relationship in their mind, whether it's retail users or I think increasingly so businesses who are using Cast. And when they think about moving money and getting these accounts, it's with Cast in their minds.
Yeah.
Have you considered the like what it would look like to do the first party kind of direct approach with Walapay, or are you got like similar to Cast, like building something like that where you would actually own or create customer relationships directly, or are you intentionally and strategically remaining under the hood, like like how do you think about that?
Yeah, look, we see ourselves very much as a licensed infrastructure provider, and that's our role in the ecosystem. And we don't want to compete with our customers, right? So we're making a strategic choice to focus on the infrastructure, focus on the licensing, and being an enabler of a lot of these fintechs and PSPs who have the direct relationship with their end users.
But I feel like we're starting to see, at least from our perspective, more and more of those types of companies want their own licensing and want to do. It's just like an interesting consideration of like, I don't know if Cast is in this camp, but just like companies who like them are wanting to also say what you're saying, like have the licensing and relationships and not have the counterparties that they need to orchestrate and do all that stuff. Like, and then on the other side of the coin, we're also hearing people under the stack across, this is not just specific to you guys, there's something we hear is like, what does it look like to go direct and like own the relationship and the differences there? And it seems like an interesting evolution.
Yeah.
Like, how are you thinking about that?
Yeah, I think, it's funny because like in the long run, we're almost all kind of going to be competing and overlapping on the various different, things that we do. But we don't live in the long run, right? And I think what we've seen is for sure there will be, apps like Cast and others that will go and get their own licenses in certain markets. And power to them for that. There's absolutely no issue from our perspective with that. But fundamentally, when you're serving end users versus serving a fintech as an infrastructure provider, you have kind of different constraints and different priorities that come up, right? Very naturally. And we think that we're better served focusing on the challenges that come with getting a license, but even more importantly, maintaining these licenses and these relationships with bank partners. And we've seen this firsthand, right? Like both from our own experience building with these bank partners and so on, but also building, in the past on top of other infrastructure providers who will not be named here, but who have had their own issues and, made it very clear to us that if we're going to do this well and reliably over the long run, we need to pick our battles and we need to pick our focus. And our focus is on the license infrastructure.
Yep. What is so difficult about this, and what have you learned in the journey of the challenges that are faced with maintaining these relationships and getting them to begin with? It does seem like a unique focus versus what maybe a platform like a neobank or a fintech specifically, which in my view is way more on the customer acquisition, go to market, specific brand. Like that's a very different focus than what you guys are building. So what would you say is like the most misunderstood or underappreciated part of what you're seeing?
Well, first, I think you got that exactly right. Like you hit the nail on the head. And at the risk of putting your listeners to sleep here, I think like compliance is the most underappreciated thing in our industry. And I think if you're not like investing a huge amount in building your compliance program and again, maintaining and growing it, then you're going to hit a point at which your growth kind of goes head to head with what your bank partners and your regulators are basically comfortable with, right? It's going to come to a head, and it's going to be very ugly. And again, we've seen that with some of our early infrastructure partners, and we've taken those lessons and really built out a program that we think can scale. And that actually, one of the things that we did very differently early on is A, invest heavily in compliance, but B, build compliance like directly into the product in a way that can be a little bit more automated. Obviously, AI helps a ton in this respect, but in a way that like really enables it to scale with the number of our customers and their underlying end users. And like you said, like this kind of focus and what it takes to get that right at scale across different jurisdictions from a regulatory perspective, it's a totally different set of like capabilities you have to build versus the one that you talked about, which is like building up this customer acquisition engine for end users, right? Super different.
Talk a little bit about when we were outside, you were excited about some like specific fixed income products and like what that means. What did you mean? What are you excited about there? What are you looking into with that?
Yeah, so I think another big change over the last like year and a half is that we've evolved a little bit from being kind of purely focused on payments to now being this infrastructure provider across different parts of the financial services like value chain.
Sure.
Say, right.
So historically, that's like moving in and out of fiat to stable coins, but there's more to that reliance that you're realizing that you can deliver.
100%.
Interesting. Okay.
And it's our customers are asking us for these other products, right? So we've moved essentially from really a money movement company to a money movement and management company.
Interesting.
And so that means like money in and out in terms of on ramps, off ramps, fiat to fiat, stablecoin to stablecoin, to now adding treasury products that are on chain. And we think like this idea of being able to bring on-chain tokenized products to the world is super powerful. And again, it's the same set of customers that are asking us for this. And so we started this, actually, we worked with folks like Agora and Braille and others to do yield, or maybe I should say reward-bearing stable coins that we can issue for our customers. And over time, we've started to expand on that initial kind of product to include other fixed income, tokenized products. We're also, looking at like money market funds, and then also, hopefully bringing in tokenized equities, tokenized funds, and things like that over time that our customers can deliver to their end users either as distinct instruments or as strategies that come in the form of a vault, right?
Okay.
And you guys are super familiar with the Etherfuse team. We haven't worked with them yet, but we're super big fans of what they're doing to bring these kinds of like bonds on chain.
I think this is airing right after the chat with Dave. So
yes, exactly.
That's great.
So inspired by that.
So in that reality, like, well, one, I want to ask about AUSD and like what that means, but with this, how would you in theory work with Etherfuse? They would be able to kind of bring access to specific fiat markets and maybe bonds or yields from those assets natively into this like fixed product, fixed income product.
Like I guess in some ways you can see it as Etherfuse can bring Walapay to their customers, and Walapay can bring Etherfuse to our customers. So in the latter format, we would basically give access to our customers to Etherfuse.
These stable bonds could be living and kind of embedded.
Exactly.
Okay.
And like completely abstracting the interface of having to like get stable coins or crypto moving into these tokenized bonds, moving out, well, you could say like that complexity, hopefully it's getting less and less complex over time, but from the point of view of some of our Web 2 customers or like non-crypto native customers, abstracting a lot of that interface is what we're able to do through our API infrastructure. And then it's really just a matter of like swapping from any currency to these kinds of products and then back to any currency. And when I say any currency, I mean both stablecoins and fiat currencies.
Really, really interesting. How do you like when you're thinking about the work with Agora? What was the consideration of what was attractive about working with them, or how did you like why did it make sense to bring AUSD into this part of the stack? What did that look like?
Yeah, I think again, here as a infrastructure provider, we're trying to be fairly agnostic in terms of like the different infrastructure providers that we work with, but we love the Agora team first and foremost. Super strong team with a great track record, and the approach that they took to get Agora and AUSD off the ground really appealed to us, and just the way that it's easy to work with them and so on made it really attractive as one of our first partners. And then over time we also started working with a few others as well. But it's a very in a way we are moving. We're essentially targeting a certain outcome with our clients, which is being able to swap in and out of treasury products instantly from and to any currency. That is an extremely powerful thing, right? It just doesn't exist in the incumbent kind of banking landscape, right? So we're trying to move backward from that, and companies like Agora and what they're doing with AUSD are like very very straightforward ways of getting to that.
Yeah. Any other like companies in the stack or partners that you want to give flowers to, or like just companies that are building and any ones that you just feel like are core pieces to this working that?
Yeah, look, I'll give another shout out to our friends at Kappa. I think they're doing amazing stuff on the Mexico side.
And this is the liquidity engine piece. So what does that mean? How do you work with them?
So essentially, what Kappa does is they're enabling this seamless liquidity between MXN and stablecoins, right? And so they're one of our liquidity providers for that, and they just fit right into our liquidity engine there. And they enable us to serve the market in Mexico.
And so there could, in theory, be like Kappa players for all of the markets that you're trying to go after. Are there similar companies in other countries or regions that are taking similar approaches?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, in Brazil, we work with folks like Avenida and BlindPay, who both do a great job. In countries like Nigeria, we work very closely with JuicyWay, who's we think one of the better or perhaps the best liquidity provider in that market. And we've really built this out across like all the markets that we serve, right? So it's going to be a similar kind of structure in the various different markets, with the caveat that there are still some markets that are from a legal regulatory perspective not super easy to serve with stablecoins specifically. So in some markets we have to kind of work on a purely fiat basis and then work offshore to make conversions essentially between fiat and stablecoins. But that's all part of the underlying infrastructure and the magic of basically being able to deliver this without our customers having to deal with the friction and complexity that comes with that.
Okay, we got to wrap here.
Yes,
dude. I know we're like we're in the weeds of this.
Keep going all day.
Give me one last question. Like, what we have a chat a year and a half from now?
No.
Hopefully it doesn't take that long. But what is the main focus for you as like co-founder? What is strategically top of mind, like number one priority from now as you think ahead into the future to continue to win? Like, what does that mean for you guys?
Look, we're expanding in two ways. One is horizontally in terms of our financial service products. So I can't say too much, but we're definitely not stopping with payments and treasury. There's a lot more coming down the pike from that perspective. And then we're expanding also from a geo perspective, adding more and more banking partners in different parts of the world. We've acquired a few licenses that we haven't yet announced, but that will become part of our licensing stack. And really our goal is to get to that vision that I talked about earlier, where all of financial services are basically built around wallets and public ledgers with stablecoins really at the heart of that, right? We think that there's some amazing companies that have taken this, the early steps on the road to that vision, but we're definitely not there yet, right? And so we're very much looking forward to get there. We think it's going to take a few years, but that's what we're all about.
Yeah, building a network takes some time. Well,
100%.
thank you for the time. It's always a pleasure.
Thanks so
and
much.
We'll do it again soon.
I hope so.
Yeah, man.
Thanks.
We're going to take a quick break. That was our live conversation with Tom from Walapay. We will be right back. We're watching Stabledash live. We're in Mexico City. We'll keep it going.
Okay, we're back with another interview. We're with Manuel, the head of LatAm and Europe with Polygon Labs. We are coming at you from the Stablecoin Conference presented by Bitso in Mexico City. Day 2, man, how's the conference been for you so far?
Yeah, first things first, thank you very much for hosting me. I'm glad to have this conversation. From my point of view, the Bitso Stablecoin Conference is for sure in LatAm the best Web3 stablecoins crypto conference. And I don't say it because I'm here. Like, I genuinely think about it. It's just the second edition, but it has become for sure an event we're not missing from now on.
That's awesome. I mean, so you've been with Polygon, you were telling me, going on 4 years now. You kind of joined, in that fun period of 2022. Maybe start with even the general sentiment of going to conferences, maybe going to the other ones in the world. Maybe don't have to name them, but we know the big crypto conferences. How has the perception of Polygon changed in the past 4 years?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it has been, as you can imagine, quite a ride. When I joined Polygon back in 2022, we were more of a, DJing, DeFi, Web3 gaming chain. So the vibes, even
the gaming was like such a hot trend for
absolutely. Back in the day, we were, the hot chain for NFTs. all the major Web3 gaming studios were open and willing to launch on Polygon. We're basically the first. We're not truly, from a technical point of view, a layer 2, but a side chain that was basically able to aggregate transactions and to give the speed and cost that this type of projects needed back in the day. So that's why Web3 gaming was a huge bet. And you could see like even the culture, the talent, the people at Polygon were completely different to what we have right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it has been quite a ride. And also from a conference perspective and from the type of conversations you have, like, yeah, I mean, back in 2022, I have to say that the atmosphere was like more genuine, more authentic, more, I don't know if the word is like more, like genuine, original. You could see like more randomness around. There was a lot of Web3 ethos around the conferences, like, a lot of claims around decentralization, about not your keys, not your money, and these kind of things, which I think we need to keep, but at the same time acknowledging where we are as an industry, as a society, as everything, and then right now, as you can imagine, like the vibes are completely different, but at the same time, I like the culture we have around this new like Web3 industry, more focused on actual value. We can talk about stablecoins, payments, all of it. But I like that right now there is less about, sometimes like, pitches that go nowhere to right now. We provide
novel idea that sounds great on paper, and you're like, show me the tech.
Now I can shake hands, I can sign a deal, and I can see it going live.
Yeah.
In 2022, I had a lot of conversations about dreaming, which is fantastic, and I think maybe we need to go back more on that. Maybe we're getting
Definitely
back to
like the
transactional,
financial
but,
primitives, vaults, tokenized equities. There's definitely space for dreaming up. Like, what do these products look like? What are we using to generate yield? You know, I think that's like USD AI we talked with the other day, and it's like, if you would have told me 4 years ago, hey, we're getting yield from GPU mortgages, like, I wouldn't have thought of that, but they've had an awesome year.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, actually, I remember a year ago on the first edition of this conference, like when we go at Polygon internally, when we go to a conference, then the week after, you usually do a debrief to the rest of the team. And I remember like my headline was like, this is one of the first conferences I'm about to actually shake hands and commit on things that deliver actual value to potential clients. So that's I think the beauty of it these days is that this is becoming a more deal-oriented conversations and things that really cater into the reality.
Shout out to Ingrid and Marina. They're the team at Bitso that are bringing all of this together. They've been awesome to work with.
Absolutely.
We've been gracious enough to be invited in back the second year. If somebody would have told you 4 years ago, you were telling me outside who you're going to meet with after this interview, I won't say who, but it's impactful. If you were if somebody told you 4 years ago that you'd be meeting them at a stablecoin conference 4 years into this role, would you have believed them?
No, I would say like you would be nuts. You would be crazy, like,
no, that's 10 years down the line.
No, 10, 15, Like, I remember back in the day, everyone was talking about, the crypto industry will mature as institutions come, And I remember Polygon actually was one of the first, if not the first, blockchain ecosystem, like really, breaking those barriers. Like right now, you see all these big names, these big banks, neobanks, payments companies, and so on in these type of conferences. But in 2021, 2022, that was not the case. And we were the ones talking to companies like Starbucks, with companies like Nike, companies like Disney, with companies like, and I can say a couple of other names. Like right now with retrospective, we realized that maybe the type of deals that we were, or the announcements, or even the content we were doing on chain, maybe it was not that meaningful or that impactful. But back in the day, with those lens, with the NFT lens, the Web3 gaming, like all of that, man, like we were pioneers on that, and it's amazing to see that work really came into fruition and helped like create this new Web3 institutional industry,
Well, I talked, my last interview was with Dave from Etherfuse, and again,
great friends.
Again, 5, 6, 7 years ago, if you said, hey, this same technology that we're issuing meme coins, we're now issuing sovereign debt on chain. He was talking about with Kazakhstan, how not only are they issuing sovereign debt on chain, they're issuing net new primitives of sovereign debt on chain. They had to go create a financial instrument to do that. And it's just like, again, tell me that 5 years ago. You said you're yanking my leg.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I like to talk when I'm speaking to clients or potential clients and I'm pitching them about Polygon and so on. I like to use a concept which is the concept of only possible on chain. No, like what's only possible on chain, or what gives Web3 or on chain superpowers. No, and those are the things that really many times become like eye opener to many people, which is, for instance, no, the basic use case that we are a lot of us here talking about, which is payments on chain. Like it's only possible on chain to send money from one wallet in Zimbabwe to another wallet in the US for less than a fraction of a dollar and less than a second. No, so of course there are nuances to that. You have the local ramp, the on ramp, the off ramp, and all of it. But just using a shared ledger between one initial point and another endpoint, and just make that flow as simple as an email. I mean, that's fantastic. That's only possible on chain. You can't do that with the legacy rails, no?
Yeah. So now let's talk about Polygon and like the maturation of the company throughout this time. You mentioned going from the DeFi craze, the NFTs, to saying, I don't think the open money stack is talked about enough. We were even just talking about, hey, yes, people have been using Polygon for over 5 years now, like you said, to send that money, but that we think of those as payments. That's not really payments at its core. So kind of help lay that foundation of Polygon's been there. Where's Polygon going now with the open money stack?
Yeah, absolutely. I will start with the origin of Polygon, which is basically Polygon. The genesis of the Polygon blockchain was in 2017. It basically was the first. It's not true like a layer 2, but sidechain solution that had the scale Ethereum. Back in the day, there was this bottleneck on Ethereum. There was more demand for block space than block space available, and the technology was not mature enough. So the cost per transaction was extremely expensive, which didn't allow for the explosion, for instance, of the DeFi ecosystem. No, Polygon was probably the first successful non-Ethereum related DeFi ecosystem. There was this thing in the industry about like farming Matic, no? Like the Matic farmers, there were like people that made a lot of money actually. I think still today, Matic has been the most successful ICO on Binance launchpad. Like that's really crazy. Don't quote me on this because maybe there is some
not financial advice, disclaimer.
Absolutely, but at least from the top 100 coins for sure, or tokens for sure. And then we saw like a lot of permeability of adoption of Polygon because of that. No, it was a blockchain that is secure, that is cheap, and that basically is also fast. So that allowed
the foundation to kind of become a household name.
That's it. And that's why Polygon, for instance, talking about LatAm that we're here, it's integrated with almost all major both global and regional exchanges for deposits and retirements, all the big regional wallets, like I don't know, the Lemons, the Bellos of the world.
Well, I think back to even 4 years ago when Deal started doing stablecoin payments to contractors. The two main chains they used, it was Ethereum and it was Polygon.
Yeah, absolutely. Like actually still, if you see today, for instance, fintechs like DollarApp, now Arc, the only 3 chains that you can do deposits and retirements are Ethereum, Tron, and Polygon.
Wow.
If you do the same analysis with AstroPay in Argentina, it's Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, and Polygon, no? So basically, we have a lot of permeability of ecosystem dynamics of, I always say, or back in the day, I was saying like one USDT or USDC on Polygon is more valuable than in any other chain, no? Because you can do more stuff. So what has happened, or eventually, like, of course, we saw like a myriad of other companies or projects offering block space. We saw that block space was eventually becoming commoditized, and that we were not capturing any or almost any of the value of the transactions and activity that was happening on chain. Our founder Sandeep always says like Polygon as a blockchain gets the same value if you move $1 or $1 billion. It's a fractions of a cent. That's not like no one cares.
Yeah.
So that's why we saw at the same time this explosion of the stablecoins world. That's why we're all here. In many different use cases, you can talk about like B2B cross-border commerce. You can talk about like B2C, access to yields on chain in an easier way, global accounts, stablecoin link cards, etc., etc. And we saw that different parts of that stack were also being commoditized. Like on the wallet infrastructure, the majority of them are fairly similar, 90-95% each quite similar. The ramps, it's also becoming something that it's not being commoditized, but it's a margin compression business and so on and so forth. So we saw that there was a big opportunity of trying to bundle all of that and provide this one stack unified that basically allows you to move money on chain as seamless and as easy as possible through one unified API and one single vendor integration. And that's where we see the value. If you think about the different layers individually, you can transact on a couple of chains that work extremely well. You can use a couple of wallets that give you the level of service or product that you need. You can use different ramps and they will be quite similar. But when you put all of that together on the same infrastructure, the same product, that's where we see the value.
And so from a sales perspective, we talked a little bit about like these analogies going 0 to 1, 1 to 100. Would you say that in the past, maybe 2-3 years ago, prior to the open money stack, you almost had to be more of a consultant? Hey, you want to come on chain? I can point you to all these different solution providers. You have to figure out how to put the Legos together. Would you say that open money stacks, hey, here's the kit. It has all the instructions. Now you can go build your end product. Would that be like the right to think about?
Like here, I want to attack this question in two different vectors. Like one vector is we have the I don't know if it's the lucky, but the almost like the honor of building on top of a very successful blockchain and brand.
Yeah.
So building a product like OMS without Polygon's permeability and dynamics
for 4 years.
There's many companies, like we're basically, in a sense, and don't quote me on this, but upselling a Polygon chain. So there is a lot of fintechs, neobanks, remittances companies, cross-border companies that are already transacting and using Polygon and having a great experience. And now maybe they are interested in wallets. Maybe they want cash ramps in the US. Maybe they want just debit card ramps and processing in a different market, or stablecoin link cards or whatever, no? So we are able to basically build on top of Polygon as a settlement layer and use that trust that has been there for the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years and give them, a full end-to-end solution, no? That it's extremely modular. They can use whatever they need for the different business, no? So I think that's one. And then the other vector that is here interesting is, as I was saying before, no, like Polygon's brand recognition, Polygon's payments focus and payments knowledge. Like right now, everyone at Polygon comes from Visa, from Amex, from Cash App, from Stripe, from all these companies, and there is like a density of payments knowledge and talent that is really superb, and the type of support we can give, even from a blockchain perspective, it really makes a difference.
Awesome. Well, I could probably take this for another 20-30 minutes. You got business to go do, which is the point of these conferences. So, Manuel, I'm sure we'll talk about the open money stack more. We'll be right back after a short break for more interviews from the Stablecoin Conference in Mexico City. Thanks again, Manuel.
Thanks, Doug.
Awesome.
crazy that it's almost a year ago since we were in this booth at Stablecoin Conference #1. But if you're just tuning in, this is Stabledash Live. We're streaming live here from the Bitso Business Conference in Mexico City. We're here again with Caio from Lumx. Man, it's good to be with you. Why don't we start with, for those who are just meeting you, your quick intro, and then I'd love to just dive into what you're seeing right now on the product side. And it sounds like there's some like regulation focused top of minds. I think first off, if you're watching this live, stop watching it live and go back to the master class that you gave last year on Pix. I think that was such a amazing understanding of like the Brazilian payment infrastructure and the landscape there. So go watch that, and then come back. But yeah, man, give us the intro, and we'll love to hear what's top of mind.
Yeah, of course. So first of all, happy to be here again. It seems like a decade ago. Too many things.
It does.
Last year, right?
Crazy.
That's crazy. But yeah, for those who don't know me, I'm Caio, founder and co-CEO at Lumx. Lumx is a stablecoin API for cross-border payments based in Brazil, Rio, to be more specific. Today, we basically have an API that enables businesses to collect, do payouts worldwide, and also enable named accounts and custodial wallets for their users. So we serve three main use cases up to this point, right? The first one is B2B payments, so mostly imports, exports, supplier payments out of LatAm to the world. The second one is treasury, so we serve corporate businesses that use our infrastructure to move money between their international accounts, right, in a more streamlined way. And finally, we also support neobank use cases that are giving global accounts or local currency accounts for global users to spend worldwide, right? And one cool thing about us, which makes us very different, especially in Brazil, is that we are the only stablecoin player who has a bank in the cap table, right? So we have one of the largest banks in Latin America in our cap table. It's called BTG Pactual, which basically gives us a very strategic alignment and a very unique position in Brazil, especially now that we're being regulated, right? So yeah, I think that's it.
What advantage does that give you, having BTG on the cap table? Like what has that accelerated or unlocked for the business so far?
Like, being honest, I think like two main things, right? The first one is that BTG now, when it comes to Brazil, is our main liquidity provider. So we connect them, we connect through them to get access to stablecoin liquidity. So instead of using, I don't know, OTC desk or exchanges, we get this directly from the source, right? Because of course those guys then use the bank. We are directly with the bank. So definitely helps when it comes to liquidity depth and of course pricing, right? So we can be very competitive in Brazil specifically. And on a more like broader aspect, of course, this definitely helps on the branding side, right? Because
building credibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Because when you look at our customer base, like 90% of them are, let's call it, mainstream businesses, right? So Web2 companies, fintechs, and platforms that don't necessarily understand what we are talking about here.
Yeah.
So what they want is someone they can trust, right? And if the bank of the size of BTG had trust us, why won't they, right? So this definitely helps on the sales side too.
Yeah. How did you originally get them to trust you? Like how did that relationship come to be? And yeah, it seems like a huge unlock for the business.
Yeah, it was funny because, for those who don't know me, now I'm talking about stablecoins, right? But Lumx actually started out in 2022 as a tokenization platform. So we used to tokenize literally everything, like tickets, carbon credits, real estate, like everything. And back in 2022, in Brazil was kind of this movement of CBDCs in the tokenized economy, right, from the central bank. So all the regulated players were trying to figure it out, how will we use blockchain to tokenize whatever, right? And BTG was one of those players. So they were looking for a blockchain infrastructure provider that could help them as some of the initiatives, right? And we kind of became this player at first, mostly as their partners / infrastructure providers.
Yeah.
And this actually evolved to them being, wanting to invest in the company.
Yeah. Okay. So you have, you've evolved obviously from that, like tokenizing a lot of different things to tokenizing money, and a lot of the infrastructure that has to be around tokenized money to have utility, to work, to serve businesses. You said those three areas. I want to go back to that. Go back to those three like key use cases, and I'd love to like break down each of them. And I'd love to like maybe if you have top of mind examples or real like pain points that each of those three areas are solving, that would be great. So what were those three again that you said?
So B2B payments, right? And what B2B payments, I mean, on our perspective, in our use cases, sorry, most imports and exports and supplier payments, like, right? The second one is treasury management. So corporate businesses using our infrastructure to move money into their own accounts, like globally.
And is that a front end that you've created, or is that embedded within like other systems?
So our core is the API, right? But we also have a front end. Be honest, it's not that friendly for non-tech.
So most of the companies in bucket 2 are using the API.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, we're now actually improving our dashboard to make it even better, but up to this point, it's mostly API driven, right?
And is that meaning that like Lumx is embedding that API into other fintech platforms, or like maybe for let's go back to 1 and 2, and like any examples would be great. So like go back to the B2B use case. Like what's a business right now that's using this? What does that look like?
Yeah.
Give us as just clearly as possible, maybe the before and after of working with Lumx.
Yeah, like one very cool use case that I like a lot. We have a customer that's called Comex, right? And TLDR is that they are the largest SaaS for imports and exports in Brazil. So before entering this new financial wave, they used to serve lots of importers and exporters for supply for the whole supply chain management, right?
So those businesses use this software. I think we talked about this before. They use this software to run their business in a non-financial way, just like data and systems.
The shipment.
Yeah.
Thing, right?
So it's a logistics platform, sort of. And so you guys keep going. You've embedded within there, I believe, right?
Exactly. So recently on Q1 of this year, they officially launched the product, which is basically a global account for those importers and exporters. Like they serve mostly importers, right? So Brazilian businesses that are importing from Chinese, for example, exporters. So the main use case on their side is now that these importers have now a global account that can use to pay out to their offshore exporters, right? So usually the flow of funds is they do a non-ramp like from BRL to a stablecoin to a dollar-denominated stablecoin, right? And then through this custodial wallet that we serve them, they can then pay out through a USD named accounts that we created for them too, to the Chinese exporter, for example, like in Hong Kong or China itself, right? So this is their main use case. But it goes both ways, right? For the exporters, it's the opposite, right? So now they have a dollar account, so they can collect payments offshore and bring them home, right?
Yeah. It seems to me, it seems like a really, really powerful position to put to equip the software layer with financial tools, because I feel like so many companies like the ones that we're talking about have existing distribution and existing commercial relationships that are really sticky and they're really embedded. I'd imagine the importer or exporter that's using this software is like pretty reliant on it and very like connected to it. And before working with Lumx, was this company doing financial related, like were they offering financial services within the system in other ways, or was this the first time they've introduced? So it's like now, talk a little bit about what tokenized money and these types of tools. I mean, that is a huge unlock for companies, because you're essentially able to turn software businesses into financial services companies. How have you seen that, maybe specifically with this use case, drive new revenue? Like, what's the impact of that for this company?
Yeah, it's huge, right? Because it's like embedded finance at its finest, right? Because now we haven't seen, of course, like embedded finance is not new, but now with stablecoins and this new infrastructure, definitely enables businesses to launch global products very fast, right? So for them, for example, like I mentioned to you, their business model were pretty much like a SaaS business, right? So subscription, some usage-based fees and all those things. But as you can imagine, especially in Brazil, when you look at the whole like FX volume that all the players do in Brazil, if I'm not wrong, around 60 to 70% of the whole FX volume in Brazil is related to imports or exports. And these guys, before doing anything with financial services, they already serve 1/3 of the whole Brazil volume, right? And they didn't capture anything of it. So as you can imagine, the addressable market for them is huge. Like you mentioned, the customers are already there, right? They already use the platform for everything. Why not also move money with the platform, right? So the growth has been great on their side. Of course, it's not all good, right? Because there's still some education.
Sure.
Because as you can imagine, these importers and exporters, they are used to using their traditional bank accounts that they have for 15 years. They know the people there. they kind of not know what is stablecoin, and these guys are really trying to push. Okay, you're actually using stablecoin. They're not trying to hide it, you know.
Oh, really?
So
That's it. Why do you think they took that position?
Because in the Brazilian market, the bubble really popped. So people actually know what is a stablecoin, right? Of course, not as us because they don't live 24/7 like we do. But what I'm trying to say is businesses are actively looking to have access to a stablecoin. They want to hold balances in stablecoin. Right?
There's a desire and a demand for that.
Exactly.
What do you mean when the bubble popped? What do you mean by that?
I mean that it's not only us crypto/stablecoin bros that talk about this. Like literally you can have a very traditional business right now, especially because of the taxes in Brazil, the FX taxes, the IOF situation.
Can you dive into that a little bit? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, because like in Brazil, there's an FX tax which is called IOF, right? Which is basically every time that you do a FX transaction in Brazil, depending on the nature of the transaction, you need to pay a tax, right? Which is called IOF. And usually the IOF has been going down and down because there was like a huge government strategy for the IOF to actually be zero by 2030, if I'm not wrong, right? The problem was last year, because of the new government and all those things, it went the opposite. So IOF was from 0.38% to 3.5%. So almost 10x, right?
That's huge.
So basically the main issue, as you can imagine, is everything got more expensive. And the TRDR right now is most of those businesses that were doing traditional FX, they're starting to do this using stablecoins, right? Basically because with stablecoins in Brazil right now, of course, depending on how it is structured and how you design it, you can basically operate without the IOF in this aspect, right? But mostly,
so stablecoins as a core technology primitive has allowed businesses or users to avoid that tax.
Yeah, I don't like the word avoid because this might seem like a bad thing.
Sure.
But actually, like what this enabled is since now stablecoins as virtual assets are now kind of perceived as money.
Yeah.
Right? Businesses started to accept to receive payments in stablecoins, right? So it's not that rare for you to find, for example, a business in Brazil that is paying someone else in Hong Kong using stablecoins. So the receiver is actually receiving the payment in stablecoin directly, right? Of course, especially after the regulation came in Brazil, it's not like black and white, right? Because of course, stablecoins kind of are replacing FX in Brazil. Okay. So if you need to pay taxes on FX, like you cannot just use stablecoins and avoid the taxes, right? So now the market is regulated, so all the players are adapting and making sure that we are 100% compliant with what's required from the central bank, their RRS in Brazil.
Okay, I know we said we were going to go to like do 1, 2, 3, but I know I've derailed this so bad. But just since we're on the topic, like what do we need to know about the state of regulation in Brazil? It seems like there's been a very misunderstood up and down. Like what are you seeing right now? Like what does the world need to know about that? Like what's actually happening? Is it good? Is it bad? Seems a little bit unclear right now.
Yeah, so for context, so Brazil has kind of not regulation, but like a direction in virtual assets since 2021 to 2022, which was kind of like a general regulation for the virtual assets industry, but nothing was actually defined. But the main thing that this regulation did was to put the central bank as the regulator, right? So the central bank was the one who will be responsible to regulate virtual assets in Brazil. And last year in November, finally the regulation came. So the way Brazil did it was like the central bank published 3 resolutions: Resolution 519, 520, 521. Right?
Nice.
These are the resolutions.
I'm not going to remember that, but
no worries.
Good job.
And the issue is like each resolution kind of defining a few things, right? So for example, Resolution 5019 define what is a VASP, right? What is considered a VASP in Brazil? Which categories can you be in, right? So in Brazil now we have 3 categories essentially. So it can be intermediary, a custodian, or an exchange, which is like a combination of intermediary and custodian, right? And depending on the category of the license that you want to apply, of course, you can offer specific a list of services or products. And of course, it is more expensive depending on the type of license that you want to get. So for example, the first license, which is intermediary, the capital minimum for it to actually apply and only exist is $2 million.
$2 million to just get that ability,
just to exist. Just to exist. Exactly.
Okay. Insane.
And it can go up to $3.5 million, depending on the type of license that you want to apply.
And that doesn't even necessarily guarantee acceptance. That's just the application. It's like an application fee.
You need to apply, sorry. But it's not like a fee that you pay for someone
Okay.
else, right?
What about the other ones? Are they also expensive? The other two?
Yeah, so it started out at $2 million, which is 10 million reais, right?
Okay.
And it can go up to 18 million reais, right? So around $3.5 million.
Just for the first one, just for the intermediary?
No, just for the license. So intermediary is the $2 million, right?
Okay.
Custodian around 2.5.
Another 2.5. So now we're at 5 million.
No. You choose one.
You have to choose one.
Yeah.
So you can't be multiple?
Yeah, because if you are intermediary, you can do 1, 2, 3 things, right? For a custodian, you can be this and this.
Okay.
And for an exchange, you can do everything, right?
Okay. I see.
Yeah.
I see.
So
what is Lumx right now categorized as?
we have, because like, and also to give a better context on that. So to define what you are, it depends what you did up to February 2 of this year, because this was kind of the deadline for you to be considered an operational VASP. So for you to leverage the grandfather period, right?
Okay.
So in our case, up to February 2nd, we were actually doing everything, right? So because we offer the payments, so intermediary, we offer the custodial wallets, and we offer other services that are considered to being an exchange, right? In this case. So yeah, we'll be considered an exchange for this purpose.
And so you went through the process of applying. Did you go through that, or?
This is the funny story. 3 weeks ago, I don't know when you were watching this episode, but we are June 15, 2026.
Mid-June.
Yeah, but the issue is we have a event from the central bank like 2 weeks ago, and they literally told everyone that, oh, no one has applied yet. So basically,
no one has applied.
No
one has paid the fee.
No.
Well, good.
Yeah,
because it's just so expensive, or why do you think?
To be honest, the problem is not only the money; it's more about the requirements.
Okay.
Because Brazil put the bar very, very high.
It's just extremely taxing to go through. It's like an awful RFP, sort of we'll just drag you for
the main issues like the compliance requirements, which of course you might think that, okay, this is kind of obvious, but the way they put it and the timeline that everyone needs to adapt put the bar very high, which to be honest for us is good because we were already very prepared. Again, we have a bank in a cap table, so we gotta be more compliant even if we don't want it to, right? So we were very well prepared on the aspect. But the reality is the market is being cleaned up. It's being cleaned up. So basically, when you take a look at the whole market, a few players will survive. Others are literally selling right now.
What do you mean others? So others who would be in the position to apply for this are instead choosing to become acquired, or
exactly. Second operations try to merge or doing stuff like that.
Where have we seen? Are there examples of recent acquisitions or recent companies that are good examples of that happening? I feel like we are in an interesting period of consolidation throughout the stack. Are there any companies that come to mind there in this part of the world that have been recently acquired or looking to get acquired? Maybe that's probably confidential, but are there any public examples of this?
Not yet.
Not yet.
A few of them.
But you're kind of sure.
Because in Brazil, what is happening right now is two main things, right? The first one is startups like us, like other players in the ecosystem that they already know they won't be able to check all the boxes.
Yeah.
Right. So they will pretty much die or use someone else, or even sell the company. So these guys are trying to sell right now, or doing partnerships with us or other players that will apply for the license. We most likely get the license so they can continue to be operational, but they won't get the license themselves, right?
Okay.
But in Brazil also had a very specific situation because basically if you are a pure VASP, you are capped. So essentially this means that if you are a VASP, you have a limit of 100K per transaction, right? But if you are an FX broker, which is a regulated type of entity in Brazil, you can go from 100K to 500K, right? And if you, for example, have a big customer that wants to process $5 million per transaction, you need to go through a bank, right? Because banks doesn't have any limits. So as you can imagine, what is happening right now is some of those FX brokers that also won't check out the boxes because they also need to be regulated as a VASP are trying to sell the license, right?
And are banks the ones who are in the position to purchase these companies typically, or who is buying?
They don't need it because banks don't have any limits. They can operate without any limits, and they are pursuing the VASP license themselves, right?
Okay.
So the ones who are trying to buy these FX brokers are companies like us, for example, right? I'm not saying that we are doing this right now, but
you're also not
it,
saying you're not
thinking about it. The thing is like you can pretty much operate in higher limits, right? And you are buying a already regulated entity, which of course comes with its own challenges.
What is it like? Just like, you know, there's such an interesting, the role that the government plays in creating these dynamics is so obvious. Like the cost of application, the requirements of these things. Like in Brazil, it seems like with the PIC system and all these other things, the central bank, the government seems like a very, very integrated and involved, for better or worse, party in this conversation compared to other countries that have like taken a very hands-off approach and like kind of, you know, go and build and do what you want, and then, you know, we'll come out with regulation later. But it feels more freeing for builders to like not have those constraints or not have those barriers. Like, what has it been like for you on being an entrepreneur and builder in that part of the world? How have you navigated that? It seems like a very, you know, for a company like yours in the part of the world that you're in, a very, very important piece to success is how you navigate these things. How have you done that?
Yeah, so the funny part is no joke, I've been spending like in the last 3 months, I've been spending at least like 70% of my time only talking about regulation, talking to lawyers, designing flow of funds or adjusting flow of funds to make sure that everything is compliant, updating our policies, dealing with auditors that are, because we need to be audited right now for specific things to actually be able to apply. So the reality is like eventually you need to slow down on product, right? You cannot launch new features and launch new currencies and everything and still adjust everything to apply for the license, especially due to the bar being very, very high in Brazil. So the reality is we chose our path, right? Like I mentioned, we see the license as one of the main definition of success for Lumx, especially because from my perspective, of course, I totally believe in our team, in our product. We think that we have a very unique position in the region, but the reality is the space is very crowded, right? So we have a lot of players kind of trying to do the same thing, global players trying to enter the LatAm region. They will pretty much look to use us or other players in the ecosystem, or even try to acquire one of them, or even try to enter themselves. But the reality is we see this license and the time that this came as one of the main definitions of success and one of the modes that we can have on our strategy. So this is why we decided to purposely slow down in a few aspects. So for example, like, of course, we continue selling, we continue trying to grow, right? Because this is part of the business. But we chose a path of maybe giving up a little bit of revenue or a little bit of new features and product development right now for this to pay off in the midterm, right?
Sure.
Because again, what we have been seeing in the space is that a lot of players are doing stuff, in a not that good way. They're maybe getting a lot of money right now, but being honest, I don't think they will survive after this wave of the central bank approvals came. So this is why it is a decision that we took. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the bit license in the US and just like in the late teens, like how powerful it was to have one of those. There's like, maybe a dozen plus companies who did. So it sounds like you see getting this, applying, going through that process, and then eventually getting this license as a key strategic moat for the business. But it's like, it's going to take some time. How long do you expect this process to take?
Yeah, so here's the thing. There's a deadline of October 29 that you can apply, right? So if you don't apply by October 29, you're out. So you either need to close your business or you need to use someone else.
And 2 weeks ago, the government said that no one has applied yet, is what you said. Oh my gosh. Okay.
So based on our conversations with the market, pretty much everyone will apply at the same time.
Okay. It's kind of like is it public information who applies or is it private? So no one knows.
No one knows.
Okay.
Yeah. We know this because literally the central bank said this on the event. But if they didn't say anything, we will know. But the funny part is when you talk with the players in the ecosystem, they will say the same thing, right? So everyone is adapting, making sure that we are 100% prepared to make sure that when we apply, everything is good. So let's say we apply today, right? The approval process is divided in 2 phases. Phase 1, which is what we are adapting right now, and phase 2. What is the difference between phase 1 and phase 2? For example, there are a few requirements that are only required on phase 2. Travel rule, for example, right? So travel rule is not required in Brazil, but only for phase 2, which is only 2027, right now. We could, of course, implement travel rule now, and we are actually doing this, but we will need if you don't want it to, right? Because it's not required on phase 1. So let's say we apply today. The central bank doesn't have any timelines to approve, so they can take 1 day or 1 year. But when they approve you on phase 1, you have 60 days to be 100% compliant with phase 2.
Wow.
So this is the funny part, right?
So you kind of have to be ready for all of the phases right away.
Yeah.
Okay. And get all of your dominoes ready to go.
Exactly. So it's not chasing.
Yeah.
Do I apply right now? But what if the central bank approves too fast, right? But what if they took too long? What if I'm the last one that applies, or I'm the first one, right? So everyone's kind of trying to figure out the best timing to apply.
So you foresee some consolidation to continue to happen within a lot of the players who are in this conversation in Brazil, who want to join forces, maybe avoid having to go through all of this. Do you see ultimately that consolidation as a good thing, or is that like a loss for the industry?
Yeah, of course, I'm biased, right? Because of course, for us, again, we are very prepared. We have capital. We have a good team. So of course,
you just raised, right? What was the last raise?
Yeah, so we raised a 3.4 seed round, $3.4 million back in October last year.
Okay, so October of 25.
25, yeah, and we didn't make it public, but we also did an extension round on Q2 of this year.
Okay.
But we didn't make it public yet. We brought some new investors that we will soon announce.
Cool.
But yeah, so for us, of course, it's good because if the market concentrates, this means more business for us, less competition and everything else. But from a personal perspective, of course, it's kind of bad, right? Because you are literally killing a lot of businesses in the industry. A lot of players are leaving Brazil, literally. For example, Conduit, right? Conduit, one of those global players that actually try to enter Brazil. They hired a team there, and they kind of left Brazil, right?
Due to these barriers.
Yeah, exactly. And we have a lot of global exchanges that are leaving the country or not applying for the license, maybe using someone else, right? So what is happening right now is only a few players will actually survive, not only because they will check out the boxes, but for various reasons, these global players, first, a lot of them doesn't necessarily make sense to apply for the license, right? Because you can spend this money in something else, right?
Yeah.
So what is happening right now is this. So for local players like us, pretty much only 4 or 5 will survive, right? So the market will be very concentrated. At the same time, we have been seeing a lot of, conversations about consolidation when it comes to M&As, mergers and acquisitions, and even these global players are trying to buy local players in Brazil, right? For example, the FX brokers that I mentioned to you, they can go up to 500K, right? Those limits. So we have been seeing some conversations on that. But
so interesting.
But the reality is the biggest winners of this whole thing are the banks, right? Because they don't have any limits. They can now provide services to everyone. If you want to process real volume, you will need to use a bank, right? Believe it or not. So again, they are the biggest winners on this battle. But yeah, here's the thing.
Are you happy about that?
Again, I'm biased, right? Because I have a bank with me. But
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for continuing to like bring depth of knowledge here. I feel like this is like a masterclass for anyone who's thinking about the regulatory state in Brazil. And I feel like all across Latin America, Asia, Europe, like what's so complex about the reality of the moment we're in is like all of these different teams in this room right now are all trying to do, I mean, every country has its own requirements, and it's like a very, very complicated, like we spent this entire conversation really unpacking Brazil, but that's like, you know, one of so many different markets that are super important with businesses and use cases and different, you know, banking dynamics. And yeah, it's interesting. I admire the focus and like niching down and really trying to win that market and focusing there, because what we've seen is a lot of companies who, you've mentioned some of them, who take more of that like broad approach and try to like enter markets and do a ton of things. And it actually gets really hard to create a sense of depth and a sense of like understanding for a market. And so shout out to you guys. I think you've done a really good job of like the team, and everyone here that we meet is just like incredible people. And the cap table seems incredibly intentional. So keep us posted with like the process of the application and all of that stuff. But yeah, good luck. As an American, I'm like, there's like, I don't know if I'm like a fan of the barriers to entry here. I think it feels a little like unfortunate, but like you said, selfishly, I think you guys are positioned extremely well to win that race. So it'll be fun to keep following along. Maybe we'll be here next year in the booth again.
Yeah.
What final thoughts for the Stabledash community?
Yeah, no, first of all, thank you for the conversation. Again, always a pleasure, right? Let's hope next year we already have a license.
Yeah. $2.5 million less wealthy, it sounds like. A big check that has to be written, but it sounds like you guys have some maybe funding news and stuff like that. So that all makes sense. But Caio, thanks for the time. Yeah. And it's always fun. I really enjoy talking to you. You bring a really good spirit to these conversations. So
thanks, man.
All right, man. We'll take a quick break. This is Stabledash Live, presented by Agora. We're here in Mexico City. We'll be right back. Appreciate you tuning in. See you soon.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. All right, we're back for another amazing conversation. We are live here in Mexico City. We're with the One Money team. I'm very excited about this. We've been trying to get you guys on a pod for a minute, and it's great that we got a chance to do it in person. It's always a little bit more fun when you get to sit down and
Way more fun.
Yeah. So Brian, Matt, thank you for the time and for tuning in here live. We're here in Mexico City, powered by Bitso Business. We're at the conference in partnership with Agora, and I'm really excited to just dive into what you're building. I know you guys have had such an incredible background. How do you typically start the intros with how you stumbled into this problem? When we first talked, I was extremely impressed with the go-to-market background and what you guys were doing before this. Maybe we start there.
Yeah. So, I came to crypto actually from fintech. So prior to starting One Money with Matthew, I was CEO of Binance US for many years, overseeing like the second largest centralized exchange in the United States. But I came from Ant Financial, which is one of the largest fintechs in the world. And so I was leading Ant, helping grow payment companies all around the world. If you Google the world's first blockchain remittance corridor, that was our team. And so that was 8 years ago. It was the first blockchain between Hong Kong and the Philippines. And so I felt like there was still a lot of unfinished business, especially since it's been 8 years since we launched it and we still haven't perfected it yet. And so a part of One Money was focused on that.
Yeah, and I also come from Web3 and also traditional tech. So prior to this, I was the head of expansion and operations for Binance Global. And then before that, I spent 6 years at Uber leading its central operations team. And so, this is a space that we were passionate about. And although we have similar backgrounds and similar names in the companies that we worked for, we never actually worked together.
Yeah.
And so, it's always fun to start something with your brother. And so this is our intent to build something amazing together that we've always wanted to do.
Yeah, so cool. What's it like building with, we actually had Walapay on, Tom and his brother are co-founders. What's that like building this? What does it feel like building it with family?
I think it's great. We haven't ruined Thanksgiving yet, so that's a win for us.
Mom hasn't mediated at all or anything along those lines.
Did you guys know you wanted to do this eventually, like growing up and kind of being in careers for a while, like you knew that this was coming?
I think we have like quite complementary skill sets. So Matthew is like amazing at operations and execution. I focus a lot more on product and business development. And so it's a little bit of yin and yang. And so to do it with somebody that obviously you grew up with and trust, we're not going to have any founder disputes because then we would get in big trouble with mom. I think it's a forcing function.
Yeah, and we also come from the industry, right? We both were at Uber for a period of time. He was at Binance US, I was Binance Global. He was at Ant Financial. And so naturally also our own career progressions kind of like led us to this particular area that we were very passionate about. So I think that's also contributed to that. But, unlike a co-founder that you're meeting for the very first time, the trust is already there.
Yeah.
I can't get rid of him, right? Like he will continue to be in my life. And I think there's this element of, he's one of the smartest people that I've ever met in my life. And so that's just, the element of, family plus significant influence of trust.
Yeah. So bring us into what you're building, and specifically like when you were considering starting the business together, what were you really thinking about from first principles to go build? I feel like you with your background, with the resources to capital, like you guys probably thought through a handful of different things. Like why did you land on the One Money approach go to market wise, and maybe bring us into what that looks like right now?
Yeah. So, as we think about today's financial system, right? How money is moved is the infrastructure that was built in the 70s, right? So we're still using 70s infrastructure to move money globally, which is wild. Finance is one of the last, I think, frontiers that hasn't been completely disrupted by technology. And so our thesis is going forward, all of the legacy systems will effectively be migrated to Web3. So money will be moved through a stablecoin or tokenized product and then blockchains. So that was the original thesis. The entire TAM in terms of what's available is the entire like M2, M3 money supply. So all of that will be migrated on chain in our belief. And so as we thought about One Money, what we wanted to do is we wanted to match that ambitious vision of how the world will change with an ambitious product. And so what we are doing at One Money is we're trying to create really the first vertically integrated stack for money movement. So our goal is to kind of be almost like the operating system for money movement across 3 different sectors, including orchestration, blockchain, and issuance. And so One Money actually has 3 different products in those categories. So we have an orchestration business that is now live called onemoney.com. We have an issuance business. We announced a partnership with M0. One Money has kind of the same licenses as Circle in the United States, so we can issue a white label stablecoin. So if Coca-Cola wanted to create the Coca-Cola dollar, we can do that. And then the final piece where we spend a lot of our intellectual capital is actually on One Money Network, which is our purpose-built blockchain. So this is something that we've been working on for over 2.5 years now. We filed about 8 patents on this core technology. And the goal is to differentiate us from like a general purpose blockchain, optimizing for the stablecoin and RWA use case.
Why do you think it's the approach of doing all of these things kind of at one time together? What advantages does that give you compared to maybe some of the companies in the room who maybe just pick one of those things?
Yeah.
Why take that approach? What was the thinking there?
Yeah, I think there was a couple of different efforts. So one is like the economics, right? So
great announcement going on. We'll awkwardly try to buy some time. Oh, 5, 4. I don't think the noise cancellation is that good. Okay, there we go. So why all at one time?
yeah, so I think it's partially around economics, and then partially around kind of like a go-to-market strategy. So on the economics piece, right? If you are an orchestrator today, a lot of your cost structure is going to pay banks. It's going to pay blockchain fees. So you're actually a renter, right? You're renting fiat space, you're renting blockchain space. Our vision was if you're able to put this into a one vertically integrated stack, you can actually effectively guarantee that you will have not only the cheapest, but also the fastest, because you're doing everything internally, right? The second piece is that as larger corporations start to think about integrating like broader Web3 technology into their infrastructure, today, if they wanted to use a One Money product, they would have to go to Agora or to Paxos to do like their issuance. And then they would have to go have a conversation with Solana around how they're going to move the blockchain. And then they would have to go have a conversation with like Bridge or BVNK in order to do orchestration. So that's 3 different businesses that they have to coordinate. The like integration pieces are not smooth. So having kind of one fully integrated product allows you to just talk to one person. And then that way we can customize a solution across all 3 of those verticals for you.
When you say purpose built, what does that mean? What is the purpose that you're building it for, do you think?
Yeah. So we build this in order to be the fastest, the cheapest, and the most compliant for the stablecoin and RWA use case. So some of our patents speak to kind of the core infrastructure. So one of the unique things about the One Money network is that we don't have a tokenized gas token. So you don't need a second asset in order to use the One Money network. You don't have to go, like CFOs around the world don't have to go buy a speculative asset in order to power the blockchain. So instead how it works is you can pay fees in whatever asset you're transferring or sending. So if you're sending a Mexican peso stablecoin, the gas fee is collected in that Mexican peso. If you're sending a Canadian dollar stablecoin, the gas fee is connected into that Canadian dollar. So we've built what we call a pricing engine inside our layer 1 that is entirely configurable. And so it means that you never have to hold 2 assets in order to send a stablecoin, right? Where else in your life do you have to pay with 2 currencies for the same transaction? It's actually quite weird. And then the last piece that is a part of kind of our innovation is that we are one of the first blockchains that can actually be entirely deployed as a SaaS model. So what that means is instead of paying like a per transaction gas fee, you can pay per month or per year. And then once you pay that fee, you get unlimited transactions on the network. So you could literally do, millions and millions of transactions, and it's still that one flat fixed fee. The idea for us is that we wanted to bring the marginal cost of sending a stablecoin down to 0. Because when you bring the marginal cost of sending a stablecoin down to 0, it actually creates new use cases that were previously too cost prohibitive to attempt.
Yeah.
So specifically things like around high frequency microtransactions and things like streaming yield.
So cool.
Or agentic AI payments, right? So basically giving your agent the ability to transact as much as it wants without actually incurring additional costs if you're under a SaaS model. And so that's also an interesting use case that we've been, very excited about.
Matt's another loud announcement. I wanted to ask about the specific thought process behind the software model specifically, and how that might compare or contrast to. It seems like we've never met a company building in this space who's taken that approach. It's actually very interesting to build. A payments business typically is like very focused on taking slices of volume and like building business models around that. Speak a little bit more about how this specifically is different than maybe the other approaches we're seeing with other layer ones or systems like this. Seems really unique.
Yeah. So you're referring to like the SaaS type model.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, today, if you think about kind of the general purpose blockchains, a lot of them are running on smart contract systems. There's a lot of expense related to those validators, but more importantly, you're powering those blockchains through speculative assets, right? And so if I'm an issuer who's issuing on a general purpose blockchain, I need to ensure that not only my customers have the stablecoin that they want to transact, but they also need to have that other asset as well. And even when I send that, I'm paying in the speculative asset, but I still have a finality time that has to wait for maybe a few blocks to occur. And so it still takes minutes settlements because it's running on top of smart contract systems. If you are operating or you're building a layer one from scratch that's just designed to do payments and only one thing truly effective, which is just moving money, what you actually design in a layer one looks very different than how a general purpose blockchain is designed today. They're much more focused on supporting smart contracts, various use cases, bringing developers onto the platform. We just take a very different approach. We fundamentally believe that the underlying technology of stablecoin and sort of the money movement on a purpose-built payments layer one is where the industry has and directly now is heading. And so we fundamentally believe that we can find our niche and a product market fit with a blockchain that's intended just to do one thing incredibly well and be the best at that one thing, which is payments and money movement.
I also add that, as corporations incorporate Web3 technology into their own platforms, price predictability really matters to them, right? Yeah. Now it's more in this experimental phase, but as you go to scale, like you care about costs. Yep. So in a world where, BlackRock Buildle is primarily, I think, distributed on Ethereum, today they're doing this on a daily basis. If you look back 12 months ago, BlackRock was paying $13.50 per user per day. Wow. To distribute their yield. So if you're building a larger product for a larger distribution, especially to consumers, you're not going to be able to send somebody, 7 cents in interest for today and then incur $13.50 in ETH gas fees, right? Yeah. And especially like for ETH, if you look through the last 36 months, ETH gas fees have spiked all the way up to $50 per transaction, right? It's wild. So you can't really build a sustainable or scalable product on that sort of cost structure. Yeah. So that's why we took the first principle approach to designing it.
It reminds me, the first principled nature of what you're building reminds me a lot of how the M0 team thinks about the world. And it's cool to hear that you're working with them strategically to bring these stablecoins to life. Are there any other aligned first principles companies or partners like M0 that are helping you guys stand up these three systems effectively that deserve to be called out at this point? Or is that kind of one of the core pieces?
Well, I mean, maybe I can speak to the principles, but one of our core values as a company is don't be a greedy financial institution. And so the way that we approach that in every single product is how do we pass more of the value along? So if you just look at our orchestration platform, we're very different from other platforms in this space, specifically around our pricing structure. Yeah. So if I'm, the average consideration for a business to maybe engage with the orchestration platform is I reach out to the orchestration platform, I have to speak to a sales representative. That sales representative then asks me how much volume I want to move and on what rails. They then come back with a price. Then I have to go through KYB if we directionally agree. We take a very different approach. So we just publish our pricing online and anyone can start a KYB application on our website. And you can just onboard to One Money's orchestration platform that way. And so we try to be for free. And so the other thing that's so different about our pricing structure is when you ask businesses, what is the pain point in the industry around how you price these types of products and services? I think the industry tends to kind of lean into this. All right, we're going to have, annual or, 2-year contracts in which you have monthly minimum spending limits and all of these things. We actually take a very different approach where we price ourselves more like a banking model, meaning we don't actually charge for anything unless you're actually utilizing our service. And so what's so interesting about it is a lot of our customers actually come to us maybe early on as a redundancy, and they quickly realize that we're doing it faster and cheaper. And then they start migrating their flows and things like that. And when a contract runs out, they, prefer us at the end of the day. And I think we've been able to grow a really an interesting segment of the population who, initially in this region want to use like redundancy for US dollar virtual accounts, or maybe they want more liquidity providers as it relates to USDC or USDT. And then we've been able to kind of meet their expectation there, and then the relationship grows and grows and grows. And eventually we hope that it will touch all of our products and kind of really deliver the value that we think a full stack experience should deliver when it comes to stablecoins.
Yeah. Is there anything to call out, given, we're in Mexico City for this conference, anything like thematically or regionally that you guys are seeing from your vantage point in the stack that's like extremely relevant or valuable to companies in this part of the world, or just emerging markets generally that you're seeing?
I think that emerging markets are just faster innovators of technology, because sometimes they can jump, right, like legacy systems. And so what we're seeing is places like Mexico and Brazil, there's much faster adoption of like stablecoin blockchain infrastructure into like even large corporations, all the way down to small and medium-sized businesses. And so there is a faster adoption curve in these emerging markets than say like a US. A part of that was our thesis is that there was like a hurdle in terms of having to sign like a 12-month contract, having to commit to like $4,000 a month without even doing your first transaction. And so we kind of took it upon ourselves in order to create a platform for maybe the corporations or small and medium-sized business that are stablecoin curious, right?
It's like going, I'm just giving your background. It's like, imagine if Uber, like when you downloaded the app or wanted to ride, they're like, okay, how many rides are you going on this year? Like, let's put you into like a very monthly committed model for this. It's like ridiculous. Like,
sign up for a year, Uber, you're going to pay us $1,000 a month. Even if you don't take a single ride, we're still going to charge you. And also if you try and cancel your contract, we will sue you. That's why we're so different, right?
We are currently personally feeling this pain right now with a data provider that we don't use anymore. We don't need anymore. And we're stuck paying this contract. It's ridiculous. It's not how you do it.
I meant about like, there's also sort of this reputation of traditional financial institutions of being the greedy financial institution, really trying to pinch the pennies. And for this industry to grow, you have to lower the barriers. And we fundamentally believe, I think we all in this conference believe that these new types of money movement rails will ultimately become the default. But why are we kind of getting in the way of ourselves? And so I just think that we've taken a very different approach. And it's not just our orchestration platform, right? Like we just talked about our layer one. Every single one of our products differentiates some way in the industry. But long-term, we believe that fundamentally you can come in any one of those products and have the ability to say, oh, wow, this is generating a lot of value for me as a business or as an individual. Now, maybe I want to actually lean more into the, stablecoin issuance side. If I'm, a business who's using orchestration, and maybe capture more of the economic activity that I normally am losing to third parties. And that's where I think long-term we really differentiate.
We focus on trying to be like the Switzerland of stablecoins, right? So we're happy to work with everyone, because our focus is just building the infrastructure on which like other people can build their own products. And so although we're vertically integrated, you don't have to use the whole stack. So if you only want to use orchestration, great, right? We support a variety of different blockchains. We support dozens of different stablecoins. If you want to only use the blockchain, also great, right? We can support you in that capacity. Or if you only want to issue a stablecoin, we can do that as well.
How do you make that, like, what have you seen? Something I'm noticing is like, because of maybe the infancy of the market right now, and what everyone is trying to build is such a big deal. There's such a everyone is kind of the co-opetition is so felt right now in the infrastructure stack. How do you frankly, just from my perspective, it seems like you guys can just dunk on so many of these companies in the room because of how you've approached the problem, and you probably will because of that. But how do you like also play nice with them?
So I think that co-opetition is the best way to think about it. The truth is that this is actually the model in fintech, right? So PSPs for decades have been working with each other. Some PSPs cover, let's say, the Africa corridor, and then they don't cover Asia, so they partner with another PSP, and so they actually change volumes. And so as our industry evolves, like this same sort of model that exists in fintech is starting to behaviorally be incorporated into our partnership models.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these companies here, we actually power, right? So they use parts of our infrastructure throughout kind of the broader ecosystem. You might be using One Money and not even know about it.
Yeah.
And we're okay with that, right? Because we want to be the infrastructure underlying money movement.
Yeah, we want to be the plumbing for sure. I also think that we've just also taken a very different approach historically, especially in places like the US. So we have money transmission licenses here in the United States.
Speak about that.
Yeah, we started this process more than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And so when we incorporated, the first thing we did was start on our money transmission license process. And so
that was our first impression of you guys. We were like, who is this team? You guys like more licenses than what was the one-liner? I think that was my first impression of you guys.
Licenses than Stripe Bridge and BB&K. Despite the fact that we're like 3 or 4 years younger than them, we've actually surpassed them in terms of regulatory footprint in the United States.
You've never gone on a podcast. We're like, who is this team? Like, what is going on? So speak about that strategy. Why was that so important to you guys to do so early?
Just the US, right? We also have many other jurisdictions. Like the other notable one that we have that we've been very public about is our Bermuda BMA Class F license, which is also like the same license that, Circle and Coinbase use to operate a lot of their international entities and operations. And so we just have always taken the approach that like licensing and compliance is a huge part of our long-term competitive advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And especially in a world where stable coins are, very hot in the emerging markets, we have become in many ways like a really good partner for a lot of these emerging market like financial institutions to have access and have broader ways to engage with US companies or US rail systems, right? And so, especially in this context of this conference, right, a lot of folks do use One Money as sort of the infrastructure plumbing for US-based rails and fiat and stablecoin activity. And so we're very lucky to kind of build that differentiation because these things are massive investment and they take a lot of time. And I think a lot of companies don't necessarily have the time or maybe the resources to invest. And we've just been very lucky to recruit a very seasoned leadership team who have done this many, many times before. I think this is Brian's 4th company with money transmission licenses. And so this is a process that we know well and a regulatory group that we know well as well, too. Long term, I don't see a world where you can operate in this space and not have sort of direct access to, fiat rails or have these close relationships. And so this is always something that we're investing in.
Yeah. And I would also say that in terms of like public facing, we just are very different in many ways from other like Web3 companies because a lot of Web3 companies, they're focused on hyping, right? Because they have a token event. And so they're building towards this token event. That's usually how like the founders and the employees cash out. It's usually how the investors cash out. Our core principle around the One Money network is you don't need a token in order to use a blockchain. And so we don't have a token. Our focus is actually on building an infrastructure that people use at scale. And so we didn't have to engage in like the hype cycle because it's not a part of how we like monetize the company or the business.
Or measure success.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is interesting. Like, as a participant of the you're like, I have some Canton coin. Like I think Canton's a very interesting project and company and what they're doing is so interesting. But like, I'm like, what is the relationship there, like between the asset and the success of that organization? It's just, it doesn't really seem clear or very integral to the business. So that makes a lot of sense why you're thinking about that.
But also it's not like super scalable, right? So like the ARC network, Circles network, right? In order to power that, you have to pay gas fees in USDC, right? My guess is Tether will probably never issue on the ARC network because then you would be sending USDT and having to pay fees in USDC.
So like structurally, that is the only accepted gas token.
Correct.
In ARC.
Yeah. And so if you're a Mexican peso stablecoin, right? And you want to choose a blockchain where your Mexican peso is moving around, do you want to go with ARC? Because every transaction you have, you are requiring your users to also hold a competitor product or at the very least USDC. So we built it differently, right? So you only need to have one asset in order to use the blockchain, and it's whatever asset you're bringing to it.
So differently, we built the ARC for every stablecoin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So any stablecoin can have their own payments network now, and that's long term where we think we really differentiate.
Yeah.
And not to mention what you're able to do when you have these stablecoins that are minted on your network, because now you can utilize sort of the true value of like the atomic swap and having an on-chain FX transaction with a zero counterparty risk. That's an amazing world. I hope we get there soon.
Yeah, you're actually like building what internet for money requires. Maybe like last question. I know we got to wrap here in a minute. What is the most underestimated part of the business for each of you? Like when you think about when you kind of are like, you know, having the late night calls or syncing on the weekends, or just like, I don't know, you're eating glass and growing, and you're like, what are these things that you lean on that you're like?
For me personally, it's the actual like full integration of the stack, which we haven't even shown the world yet.
Yeah.
So I think that once the pieces start to come together, having all three of those components in one product, I think is going to be game changing.
Yeah.
I don't want to cop out and say the same, but like that is what we built this for, right? It is for all of these business units to work together in one cohesive product. And it's a big vision. Everyone says it's a bold vision, but like we can't wait to actually demonstrate how all three of them do, because it is a magical experience. And if you look at each one of them in sort of silo, you can see why the others are just so complementary. So let's use the issuance as an example, right? Historically, issuers would issue their stablecoin in their local market, and then they would go around and try to basically beg exchanges for listing. We both come from the exchange side, right?
I was begged a lot.
Yeah, I know that's yeah, exactly. And so, you know, you had to do all the hard work of issuing, and you had to, you know, make sure that your smart contract was ready. You had your audits, etc. But then you
had to pay fees.
But then you have to go pay fees in order to exchange for the list, and then you also are picking the networks, and you have to engage with the networks. And so imagine a world where now, you know, you can issue on with One Money, you're already listed from day one. And you already have a network that will be supporting the other networks that you have. And so you can start to just get a glimpse of what the magic is that will be.
Yeah.
And that's what we're really excited about.
And you get fiat on and off ramps globally, both, you know, US dollar as well as domestic solutions right out of the box. So it's just a very different model.
Yeah. It seems like in the next 1 to 3 years, the micro payments agent focused commerce use cases are one where we are really excited to like cover what's happening in that space. And I feel like we have really not experienced the possibilities of that because these systems haven't worked effectively. They have like been so piecemeal that now it's like we have all of these agentic tools paired with like, and maybe we can speak on this quickly. I know it sounds like that might be top of mind for you guys. Like, what are you seeing? And now that these three areas can work seamlessly together, what are you seeing, or what are you excited about with some of these new applications or new primitives for this conversation?
It goes back to the first principle approach, right? So a few of the patents that we filed for actually speak to agentic and AI payments. And so when you take a step back, you don't want to have your AI agent have to go into a marketplace to buy gas fees in order to make it work, right? You don't want to have an AI agent make sure that each of the wallets that it's engaging with has just enough gas in order to actually operationalize the transactions. And so like this is what we've built this for, is being able to you know, operate in a gasless environment without having to worry about fees, without having to worry about what secondary asset you need in order to even make the thing work.
Yeah. Are these patents private or public? Like, was there a way we can see them, or is it private right now?
So we haven't announced kind of each of these patents. I think that the goal for us is, as again, going back to how we're very different, we only really like to announce products when they are perfect, live and working. So I always grew up with like,
not many people take that.
Exactly. So I always admired, you know, growing up like Steve Jobs, right? Where it's like, let me demonstrate this amazing technology, and oh, by the way, you can go buy it on our website in an hour, right?
Did you see the David Protein launch with the Steve Jobs mock-up?
No.
Have you heard of David Protein, the bars, the like gold protein bars? So they came out with like, the whole thing is like protein to caloric ratio, and it's like the best protein dense food on planet Earth.
Tia sponsors it, or is an investor in it. Peter Tia.
Okay, yeah. But the guy who started RX Bar is like behind it, and they came out with COD is like their new product line is COD, like tinned COD, and they did like a whole mock-up on, like he came out on stage and like the black turtleneck and did like a tech feeling release. Like the gold COD was like rotating. It looked like an iPhone. It's just beautiful. So
well done.
Anyway, it was perfect. It was a perfect product launch. It was ready. Yeah, guys, this was fun. I'm excited to just get to know you guys more, follow the journey. There's a lot of like stuff that is awaiting, like building toward perfection, but like what can we practically expect from the team, like into the end of the year with, how are you approaching kind of getting the world to know more about you? Like, what can we expect?
So right now you can go to onemoney.com, the number onemoney.com, and you can apply for an orchestration account for free, right? We don't charge an application fee. We don't have minimum monthly commitments. We don't have minimum monthly fees. So you can experiment with stablecoins on and off ramps. Right now it's, cheaper to buy USDT through us than like Coinbase or Binance or OKX. And so you can check it out. And then in the next upcoming months, we should have announcements around kind of the stablecoin and the blockchain side. So stay tuned.
Yeah, in addition to some other partnerships we're going to announce. Yeah,
Cool.
but we're really excited. I think this is the last 2 years have really been building the infrastructure for this moment around all three of these pieces kind of coming together. And I think in the next, call it 60 days, you'll start to see some of that cohesion. And that's what we've been working towards for the last 2 years. So I think this is the year. The orchestration business is off to a massive start. Like, we're really excited about the volumes that we're seeing just in the first 4 months. But, we're really also excited about getting these other units off the ground and all together.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Matt, Brian, thank you guys.
Thank you much.
And when in the next 60 days, when these announcements come out, we do the show virtually Tuesday, Thursday. So we'll have to have you back. It'll be fun. Cool.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, it's long overdue, but we made it worth it. All right. That was our chat with Matt and Brian from One Money. We're live here in Mexico City. We're going to take a quick break and we'll keep it going after this. Okay, this is going to be a fun one. We're back for another live stream here in Mexico City, Stabledash Live, powered by Agora. And this episode specifically is sponsored by Pepsi Black. Cheers to you. Welcome to your month into rain. Give us the quick intro. I'm so excited for this conversation.
Yeah, Tory Jackson, recent joiner to Rain, and recent into stablecoins as well. But yeah, been a little over a month.
We were just saying Rain has had a meteoric rise since this time, the event last year. Sounds like you met the team around this time at the last event. The team has grown roughly 100 people since then. It's wild.
Yeah, call it fate. I would say there's a number of things that pointed me towards Rain, and Farouk being one of those things who I met a year ago or however long ago the first edition of this conference was, where I think if I would have joined Rain then, I would have been employee number 35. Today, I'm proud number 135.
Yeah,
so,
they've grown a lot since this time last year. So give us a little bit about your background. When we were talking at dinner the other night, you were saying that you had been with the same company pretty much your entire career.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about what you've been working on and what drew you into Rain.
Yeah, so really entirely my career in payments, and specifically on the issuer side, issuer processor. If you know Galileo, worked for Galileo and essentially led the expansion of Galileo into Latin America about 7 or 8 years ago. Started to come down here to Mexico City, really at a interesting time where fintech wasn't a thing, even in Mexico. And then therefore fintech enablers such as Galileo, issuer processors, and those kind of providing infrastructure, APIs, etc. for these fintechs to build with. That was also something that we pioneered. So really being and having a front row seat to working with, in the US, seeing, the Chimes, the Varos, Moneyline, a lot of the I would say pioneers of what fintech became in the US, and then bringing really those tools into Latin America and, firsthand kind of building with the networks, with the clearing houses, with, the different fintech rock stars that kind of came to be from there. So
yeah,
that was really the start. And so it grew from there and expanding into new markets, but sort of brick by brick as an enabler, bringing APIs and technology into the region.
Yeah. So you're bringing a network of trusted long-term relationships. I'm sure that you built and fostered from that past role. I'm curious, like for those who aren't familiar with the Mexico market or the LatAm market specifically, what did you really learn bringing Galileo into the market that maybe a playbook that you can recycle in some ways with Rain? Like what is unique about bringing new products or bringing fintech products into this market? What were some of the things that you noticed might be like unique about selling into LatAm specifically?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting challenges in Latin America and different approaches to ways that they've been solved or attempted at being solved. And I think one thing that's been very evident is the need for, some, parallels that you can leverage going across borders. And I think that was one of the biggest challenges, being at Galileo was the traditional pipes of basically plugging into all of the different providers and, knowing where to go and who to talk to, and relationships obviously being an important part of that. But it takes time. It takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of commitment to go in and lay down that infrastructure. And doing that with a number of different companies, where very quickly, companies are not just content with being in Mexico or only in Brazil. Like this is ever more a global game where the infrastructure that's demanded needs to be able to cover and rise to the occasion. I think that's where, stablecoins are extremely interesting, and building really that next layer that helps, better connect us, across the globe.
Yeah. What was it about Rain, after being at Galileo for that amount of time? What was the key thing that made you really feel like this was the next step in your career? Like, what was it about the team or the product, or what was that like going through your head to decide to, because you're about a month in, you said.
Yeah,
Still
just over a
new,
month,
but
still fresh. Again, there was a lot of different things. Relationships had a part to do with it. You know, I met Farouk at the conference a year ago, but that wasn't the first time I'd heard of Rain. You know, so a number of different kind of coincidental connections that tied me to it. But we really are living in a moment in time where things are moving very rapidly towards the need for this, you know, global sort of perspective and enablement. And I think the team, and seeing how the team has been able to execute, and really everything that Farouk and Charles said, even a year ago and to now, they've hit every single point. And that was a big push as I was kind of, you know, trying to make the decision. What am I going to do? It was obviously a big leap. But yeah, so I don't know if it was any just one thing, but I think being in market, being in Latin America, and in seeing the product market fit and the team behind it, and, you know, where they're focused towards, just really resonated with kind of where I've been and where I see the gaps, and where, you know, me personally, that I can be useful.
Yeah. And anyone who knows or has met someone on the Rain team, even just like top down, like everyone I know at Rain is just like absolutely just a good person. Like, just like people you want to go, like, you know, if there's, like you said, there's a lot of like maybes, that a lot of happy hours later tonight that you've said maybe to. It's like, if you have to pick, you're like, yeah, I just want to go hang out with the Rain team. Like, you guys are just, there's something that you have that's really special just from a personnel standpoint. And I think that probably comes top down with Charles and Farouk and the quality of people they are.
100%. And I want to comment on that just in general, being in payments and being in Latin America, where there's so much opportunity all around, and there's such a need for serving people that either have never been served, or, you know, can't afford to be served, or you talk a lot about, you hear a lot about like financial inclusion and whatnot, but that opportunity also brings a lot of sharks, a lot of, you know, people that are coming and they're looking to, you know, get a quick win in Latin America, which there's room for everybody to win. But I think that the right attitude of being good stewards of innovation and new technology, especially in regions where, look, you have regulators that are learning at the same time, and all this is moving so fast. And so being able to, I think, be good stewards of technology and being good people, you know, kind of pushes into that, and, you know, bringing that full circle. And so you feel that in the people and in the products that we build.
Yeah. And in the perspective of like thinking long-term, treating people long-term, and that's awesome. Okay. So a couple of things just tactfully, like, okay, you just got a keynote. What was the keynote about? You just got off stage. You had 15 minutes.
Yeah.
What were you talking about?
Yeah, well, we talked about, a little bit about my history, which we covered.
What else?
And then a bit about how, you know, cards obviously are what we're known for at Rain. How cards really...
That's just the wedge, though.
That's just the wedge.
Yeah.
Right? That's, you know, that's where I think it's something tangible people can hold in their hands, and it's a way to, you know, give something that people can feel the value of without the friction of getting into stable coins. And so I think that was that was something we covered. And then
did you speak at all about the rewards? I wanted to dive into that. Yeah, tell us a bit about how that makes sense, or what that specifically is, because, you know, we followed the Uptop acquisition, and speak a little bit about the rewards program, what that means.
Yeah, well, I think it just goes to kind of deepen. We say full stack all the time. I don't think full stack is a destination. It's something that you're there, and then, okay, all of a sudden I'm full stack. It's like saying financial inclusion, right? It's a bit of a moving target, a goal that it should always be aspirational in looking to grow your offering, right? I talked a little bit about, you know, the beginning of fintech, where pre-Money 2020, there was prepaid card expo. And that evolved into a conference that you know, everybody goes to in the industry. But if you think about where fintech has come from, and how we've really built now tailored experiences that are better than most, banking experiences that fit the needs of those users, and rewards are a huge part of that. How do you incentivize not just, a vehicle to receive or to save funds, but use it and being able to have a white label rewards product at Rain that we're able to now offer as part of our full stack, give people the opportunities to tailor make these solutions and these products, I think is powerful and really incentivizes the right kind of behavior, which is usage, spending, the product, etc. And yeah, it's just another block.
Should we be thinking about this just like, traditional rewards programs like points, miles, things like this, just represented on chain in some way, or what is actually happening behind the scenes with this type of program? And like how does it kind of look the same, but maybe feel architecturally different on the back end? What does that look like?
So the rewards are on chain. So it's built straight into, the infrastructure layer that we've built at Rain. And
it's like USDC stablecoins to start?
On-chain rewards that you're able to, obviously, as from a white label perspective, change that and adapt that to your specific use case. So it's not a one size fits all. It's call it white label or pink label. Man, maybe we'll use that.
Pink label. I love it.
But ways to really be able to tailor unique experiences around what your users care about and staying on chain.
So is the idea eventually to what would be the perfect use case or framework to think about what is now possible with this type of rewards product? Is this like, I have a stablecoin that I issue, I can now embed native rewards in my stablecoin? What is now possible? Obviously rewards and cards go really well together, and it creates a ton of stickiness. And I'm sure a lot of customers who are building their platforms with Rain under the hood are excited about this. What does this unlock that wasn't possible before?
Yeah, well, I think the flexibility of it is important, right? Because if you look at the range of different types of use cases, be it fintechs or banks or somewhere in between, you even have this idea. You have brands, right? You have sort of these it's not just a fintech brand anymore. You can have anybody can create a financial product, especially at Rain, with this sort of full stack approach, and now tailor rewards around their specific product or service, using that as a vehicle to do so. I think oftentimes when we think of rewards, whether it's with your chase or whatever, you go in and flag the things that matter to you. I think that's one option, but I think having the flexibility to go and do that in more meaningful ways directly with specific brands is an area that we're excited about.
Yeah. 30 days in, what's been unexpected compared to what you thought, or what's been a delightful surprise based on the last few weeks of getting started?
A delightful surprise.
Yeah, I didn't really expect this, but I'm happy to anything that kind of sticks out.
Well, aside from the snacks at the New York office that are just extremely diverse, I would say.
What's the go-to snack? What's your
Oh, I love those pop chips.
Ooh, yes.
Those here in Mexico, at least where I can find them.
Are you are going salt and vinegar, cracked pepper?
I haven't had the salt and vinegar ones. I only know the the cheese one and the kettle corn one.
Okay.
They're both good.
Okay.
They're both good.
Shout out to whoever's running snacks at Rain.
Yeah. Quick break for Pepsi Glide.
Okay, quick break. This time next year, we're in the booth again. What does success look like for Jackson at Rain in Latin America?
I think that this has been awesome. I love that I was here last year and this year. So it's kind of, I get to see from the beginning. Bitso's been fantastic. They're great hosts, throw a great show. I think everybody's having a good time and productive sessions. I would say that there's going to be a lot more Spanish. I gave my panel today in English, which I had mixed feelings about. I haven't done that too many times. I feel like I get away with a little more in Spanish. If I say something wrong, I'm like, he's a gringo. Let him go. He said it in Spanish at least. But I would say that we're going to be there's going to be more of a convergence of financial institutions, banks, regulators, and those that are looking to lean in and learn from, this sort of nucleus and central group that we have here. I think it's all moving too fast to do it alone. And, we're here for it.
Yeah. I wonder, are there any, like we're talking in English right now, are there any softwares or infrastructure things we could be using for our content or this conversation that would make it like easy to convert this to Spanish or other languages globally? Like as a media business, like we probably should be doing that, especially given the kind of global nature of the focus. Are there like go-to, like, I'm sure there's like tech for that we could be using.
The Rosetta Stone, or what is? I don't know.
Okay. Well, if anyone has any ideas for us, I think it would be cool, especially for this conference, like to have these podcasts available in Spanish. I think that would be cool. So that's a good call out. Last thoughts as we look ahead into the next year end, when you're thinking about Rain products, features, things that might apply to this part of the world. Any last thoughts as we close?
Yeah, I would just say, I think for, looking at Rain and, beyond the hype and the beautiful color pink that we have, I think what sets us apart and makes us different is the way that we've built our architecture to leverage the pieces of our stack that are today commodities, right? They're things that, the time that it takes to go and build those things from scratch is a lot. And we can go and work with the best and integrate the best and focus on what we do best. And I think there's a bit of magic in there and how we're able to, quickly run after problems and scale, both our business and with our clients. And so I'll just leave that as a bit of secret sauce and, how we're able to do what we do.
More to come.
More to come.
You guys are so well wedged in the right places. And I'm just excited to continue following the Rain journey. So thanks for coming on. Absolutely. And
thanks for having me.
Cool. That was our live conversation. Tory Jackson from Rain. We're here in Mexico City. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Thanks for tuning in. Cool. All right. We're back for another live conversation here in Mexico City. We're in the Stabledash. I guess we're going to call this the Stabledash podcast booth. It's been really fun. We've been here with Bitso Business. Booth is powered by Agora. We've been having, this is our second day here at the conference, having live conversations with the top founders, operators, and investors in the space. So Alex, let's start with your intro and what you're building at Verda Ventures, and we'll kick it off with that.
Sounds good. And thank you for the invitation. So I founded Verda Ventures about a year and a half ago, solely focused on stablecoin infrastructure, in particular around emerging markets, global south, and cross-border.
An interesting time to start a stablecoin focused. I think that was right around the time we started our media business, just like a year and a half ago. Perfect time to kind of get in the game with the infrastructure stack.
Absolutely. So this is pre-Genius, follow like getting past. And because we were early, we actually got a lot of advantages in getting some interesting strategic LPs. Like we were the first fund that Tether invested in. So because of sort of that first to market early advantage, we were able to land some interesting strategic LPs as well.
Yeah. How did, maybe we start there. So how did the history of your career lead you to the point where that was a good idea, or that was something that made sense? I'm gathering you probably had some, you knew it was the right place at the right time to go build this. Like, where did that insight from your background come from?
So I've basically been building towards the same thing for the past decade. And I started my career in traditional finance, very boring, Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. And it was very clear to me that the financial system was quite broken and inefficient and did not work for the vast majority of people. So after that, I started an equity crowd investing platform. And it was around that time that I read the Ethereum white paper and realized that there's a far more efficient way to raise capital, to transact. And so I went head first and co-founded a sort of cross-blockchain liquidity API company. The problem at the time I realized was that the infrastructure wasn't there. So this is
like late teens, or
this is 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
So if you remember back then, like an Ethereum transaction could cost like $100.
Yeah.
And you're waiting like up to an hour for it to properly like settle, assuming like you paid enough gas to actually get it, in the across the mempool.
And you've survived like the awful user experience to get there, to create a wallet or whatever it might be.
So I created this wallet and liquidity API, but then we were bottlenecked at the infrastructure level. So I ended up joining Cello in 2019 so pre-testnet, very early days, just sort of had a white paper, and one of the first sort of dozen people to build out sort of a mobile first stablecoin payment blockchain. So it started as a layer 1, as a fork of Ethereum, and then it went to eventually become a layer 2. But it was to me, it appealed to me on many levels. Like one, they had public key address phone number mapping. So you could send money to anybody in the world just knowing their phone number. A second piece was you could pay gas fees with the stablecoin. So instead of needing to use ETH to pay gas, you could just use USDT, USDC to pay the gas fee.
Yep.
So fast forward to 2023, like infra, in my opinion, was largely solved for, meaning, any L2 was processing transactions for less than a penny. You had near instant settlement. Throughput was in the thousands of transactions. So,
and there were some great companies using like the brands. We've actually hosted some of these founders, like Phone Bank, Opera,
Portcos. Yeah.
And then there was another wallet, begins with a V. I think they got acquired. I'm forgetting the name. Valora. Yeah. Jackie. Yeah. Like some really, really amazing founders and businesses like within that Cello ecosystem.
Yeah, and from day one, embedded in the white paper was like mobile first stablecoin payments. Like that was like the vision from day one. And now we're seeing a lot of that play out. So in many ways, it was quite like ahead of its time and visionary. So fast forward to 2023, like in my view, this infrastructure blockchain infra bottleneck was solved for, and I wanted to move up the stack to be closer to the application layer. And I was thinking, okay, what's the best way to express this bullishness? Because we felt that there are going to be a lot of regional champions. So you're going to have like a regional champion in LatAm, a regional champion in Africa, and it's going to be somewhat fragmented in that sense. So I decided the best way to express that bullishness and sort of help move the space forward was through a fund. So I created Verda Ventures as a stablecoin infra focused fund with a global mandate in about sort of end of 2024, beginning of 2025. And it's, I believe we're now sort of able to realize the value from the infrastructure that has been built over the last decade. And we're placing our bets on what I think are the best founders in the space.
Let's go. So give us the kind of bird's eye view of the firm right now. So what have you raised? Who have you raised from? And then would love to like kind of highlight a couple of these even companies in the room right now that you guys have gotten behind. What does that look like so far?
I think a third of the logos in this.
We got Mural.
Mural Pay, Lumx, Eldorado. Like I think I want to say like a quarter of the booths here are companies we've invested in.
Big raise from them yesterday. That was awesome.
Yes.
Shout out to the Eldorado team.
Yeah, no, Guillermo is incredible. They have a great team. And we were one of the investors in that last round alongside Paradigm and Coinbase Ventures. So the basic situation, we raised $40 million in capital. We've deployed over 25 of that, and we continue to actively look for the best companies in the space. So the primary areas we've invested in are like the leaders in LatAm, Africa, and Southeast Asia. So in Africa, for example, we invested in Yellow Card through secondaries in that case. And we're very bullish on LatAm, Africa, and Southeast Asia as sort of the areas that are going to see the most explosive growth around stablecoin adoption in the next 12 to 18 months.
Yeah. So what are some of these like key focus areas in terms of opportunities? I think you mentioned like FX is one, privacy is another, agentic commerce is another. I don't know if you want to hit one of those or how you think about the opportunity that's ahead, but would love to kind of get into your brain a little bit in terms of where you really see defensibility and like true value being created as kind of the coverers or followers of the space. It's like we have a similar vantage point in some ways of like tracking and following what's happening. And it seems like we're in a really interesting moment of like, frankly, I think a lot of these kind of orchestrator layer, middle layer companies are struggling to find their footing and truly know who they are and where they play. Everyone's kind of trying to be a lot of things. And at least right now we're kind of in the middle of this consolidation period. So I just would love your like macro takes on any of those three topics and how you're thinking about like, truly what's valuable. Loaded question.
Yeah. A lot of good embedded questions there. So in terms of like what's truly valuable, in general, we are looking at companies that own the customer, the client relationship.
Snaps. We just got a snap for that. Yes.
Because that's extremely sticky, particularly for these cross-border B2B payments. They are, once they invest in a relationship with these companies, they tend not to move. And there's a few reasons behind that. One is, their compliance stack is built out, right? So it's rewriting that compliance stack around a different company, very, cumbersome, high friction. Another is they have a lot of their treasury management associated with these stablecoin infra facilitators. So there's sort of several dimensions to the relationship that make it extremely sticky. So that's in terms of value accrual, that's a key focus area for us.
It's like Eldorado is a great example of that.
Eldorado is a great example. I think Yellow Card is another great example of this, where they really have the brand.
Yes.
They have the.
They're not embedding themselves under some other company. It's like when you think about who you're working with, you think of them.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. If it's a business in Africa, then you say stablecoin infra, like more likely than not, they're going to think a yellow card. Another one we did, which you just mentioned, is Phone Bank. Awesome. Also,
shout out Chris.
Yeah. Both of the founders' names are Chris.
Yes.
And he's also a super strong founder.
Yeah.
And similarly has taken that route. So on the three sort of verticals you mentioned, I think the nearest term biggest opportunity is the FX piece. I think that's like very ripe for disruption.
Yeah.
So FX is the largest market by volume. It was in the tens of trillions of dollars on a daily basis. And it's still extremely inefficient. And there's like a lot of the transactions happen through OTC desks and relationship driven.
Manual process.
Super manual and has to be done in super big clips. And you have like all these inefficiencies around the rates. Like there's a black market rate in all of these, and then there's like an official market rate. And there's a clear opportunity here, just like you had a breakthrough with creating markets through Uniswap. Anybody could create the market. You had an automated market maker. Like we're going to see breakthroughs to dramatically increase the efficiency of FX transactions on chain, I think within the next 24 months. So near term, we see that as the biggest opportunity. And you're going to see a lot of that go through the relationships I just mentioned, meaning, you have one of our portfolio companies, Alfred Pay, and others, Mural Pay. They own these relationships. In our mind, it's a natural evolution for them to offer this additional service, meaning they're already helping you facilitate cross-border payments. They're already helping you manage, some of your treasury. And then you sort of cross-sell or add on this additional layer of providing FX services so that these businesses, which are operating in different jurisdictions, different currency regimes, can make sure they have the right balance of currencies to meet their liabilities and their local expenses in those markets. So we think that's sort of a very natural evolution of where we are, right? Obviously,
it seems so confusing to me sometimes to know the difference between like, you have like, just think about Alfred or a company like them. You have like the treasury management business, and then you have these like on and off ramping, or what we call on and off ramping, where you're swapping between like stablecoin to fiat to stablecoin. Like that seems already very similar to this like FX, because like FX could be traditional, but it can also be like tokenized in terms of how these things are represented. We were meeting with like Etherfuse earlier today. You have Mental Labs doing some really cool stuff. Agora's doing some really cool stuff. Like how do you differentiate maybe those kind of traditional ways of thinking about on-off treasury management, moving between stables and fiat versus like really like FX more broadly? Like how do you think about the differences there?
So we're in this transition period where you kind of have really good native support of US dollar stable coins and tokenization. So you think USDT, USDC, but not so much for the non-USD pairs. And you kind of have this relatively inefficient process where you're going, between sort of a local fiat account into USDT, USDC. And we think the natural evolution is you're going to have, a tokenized Mexican peso that can directly interact with a USDT, and, real-time settlement, kind of transaction fees under, 10 cents.
Yeah.
And
it's like with Bitso's like MXNB, for example.
Right.
And so like, I know,
but it's still early days.
Yeah.
And like, we think that it is like a little bit harder than many people think to build out the proper liquidity and network effects. But our bet is that it's going to happen in the next 12 to 24 months.
Is that why, in your view, you see just like the brand that comes to mind is OpenFX, and just like, how much did they raise again? I'm like blanking. It was just absolutely, I was like, I saw that raised announcement and I was like just completely blown away by it. Do you think that's why that is so large, is that they can kind of solve some of those liquidity problems with that capital? Is that the idea, do you think?
I think that is part of the idea. I think so. We're relatively cheap as a fund. Like we don't, sort of, we're not Andreessen Horowitz with $2 billion raised or Katie Hahn with $1 billion raised. So, those kind of rounds we generally are think are a little expensive. But with that significant amount of capital, they can use some of it to create liquidity pools to support sort of some of the initial bootstrapping.
And that's like, is that generally a good use? Are you seeing that type of behavior where like the investment capital that comes in is actually used to kind of solve some of these network effect problems? Is that common?
To be honest with you, I think there's too much
Seems
money.
risky.
Yes, I think there's too much money chasing highly bid up opportunities. And our view on the market is that we want to invest in players that already own the relationship and then expand the capabilities and offerings to those pre-existing clients with FX versus try to like create everything themselves from scratch. We have a great portfolio company called Kappa, founders Juan D, and he works very closely with Bitso, and they're able to collaborate in a very capital efficient way. And it just had massive revenue growth. And didn't need like a massive raise to do it, but they were able to sort of tap on these pre-existing resources, these pre-existing relationships, and build out that traction.
Yeah.
So those are the kind of opportunities that we're bullish on and see the clearest go to market for.
Yeah. And so talk a little bit about the something that you seem really clear on that I also really resonate with and believe in, that unfortunately I see a lot of companies under prioritize, is this idea of brand and owning the relationship. And like, I think we're about to enter this like really powerful like value around brand and being able to use a lot of the infrastructure to go build the new primitives. Why do you think things like brand is so important right now? Why do you think that's so powerful when you're looking at companies to invest in?
I think it's because when you have a brand, you become the default choice. So like when people buy a phone, like they often just buy iPhone, not even looking into like the other options. It's just the default option, and that means you're acquiring customers for a much lower cost. So Apple doesn't, have to worry as much about their competition because they're attracted to that brand, and they become the sort of default that people go to. And so we look for the dominant brands in these regions. And in many ways, like one of my chief jobs is to sort of pattern recognize what's working in one region and apply it to another region and find those local leaders, either the top one, the top two. And so as you look at some of the companies we've invested in this region, like Alfred Pay, like EuroPay, they have emerged as a brand that people trust. And that brand also translates into a lot of referrals, which is sort of the quickest conversion, the best form of marketing to expand the business. So we think that brand in general is a vastly underestimated asset. And sometimes if you can learn a lot by looking at other industries, and you see the value of brand. You can more clearly see the value of brand by cross-referencing. It's like Coke or Pepsi. Is Coke really that good? Like maybe not, but they have the brand, they have the distribution, and that is sort of a key attribute to their success.
Yeah.
Of course, you still have to have a great product, but great product plus brand is the magic formula.
What do you think is more important right now, brand or product?
I mean, both are great.
You need both, but I see less brand focus and way more product focus right now.
Yeah. So you're correct. Like, and historically our like industry in general has had a lot of like tech nerds that have not valued the brand, the marketing, the sales piece nearly as much as they should. Ultimately, like, you can have a great technology, you can have a great product, but nobody uses it. It's not very useful. So I think you start, in my opinion, with a product that solves the most painful need, and then you evolve from there. Instead of trying to like go out the door with the perfect product, you start with something that addresses a pain point, and then with customer feedback, iterate from there. But both are obviously critical, but I think in our industry, there has been a huge bias towards overly focusing on product without thinking about the go-to-market, the marketing, the sales. And in many cases, especially with Claude and AI now, the product is not the hardest part.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I could jam on Claude, could vibe code, and actually come up with an MVP on Claude code with relatively little effort. So I would say that this is because not only a pre-existing bias, but it's being exacerbated as the worst direction due to the rise in AI making product development much easier, much quicker.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely I think an outcome of this reality where media and like conversations like this become extremely important in decision making, whether that decision making is on behalf of a human being or an agent looking to like get insight. So yeah, we could open a whole can of worms on that, but I know we got to wrap here, going a little over. So as we end, you are 25 out of the 40 deployed. You're like a little over halfway through. What can we expect from Verda Ventures through year's end? What is like the typical check size? How often are you writing checks into these companies? How long of a runway are you expecting to go through that with? What can we be expecting, especially for founders right now that are fundraising? Like, what should they know?
Yeah, so the total deployment period that we've been communicated is like 3.5 to 4 years, and we're like a year and a half through that. Some of our remaining capital is going to be doubling down on our winners, like some of the players I've mentioned, like Pay, Alfred Pay, Lumx, etc. And we have like a little bit of a barbell approach to our portfolio construction. So we've got 80% of the money goes to sort of post-revenue companies, and then we've got 20% that goes to these pre-seed bets. So these are early days companies, and we are actively looking at both buckets right now. So a lot of our best investments have come from founder referrals. So we're actively looking for who are the best players, the strongest founders. We also have a website that we publish called stablescape.xyz, and it's the most comprehensive overview of stablecoin companies globally. So we track over 3,500 stablecoin companies in real time, and we're every day going over, like rinsing over that database of companies and looking at the on-chain analytics, the real-time traction. So we're like I said, we're actively deploying capital. We are open to referrals.
That out. And you're mainly looking at like, we'll have to pause there. I want to talk. So stablescape.xyz, go check that out.
.xyz, and it slices and dices the data by all sorts of. I mean, you can see the number of agentic stablecoin companies founded in a certain year.
Okay.
So you can really nerd out on the data. Yeah.
And it's completely open source.
It's free. It's open source.
Cool.
You can quote it. We believe in open source.
Let's go. Cool. Alex, thanks for the time. So fun. I'm excited to stay in touch with you. That was our live conversation with Alex from Verda Ventures. Thanks for tuning in live. We're going to take a quick break and we'll keep it rolling. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
back at the Stablecoin Conference in Mexico City, presented by Business. I'm sitting down with Dennis, the head of institutional growth at Morpho. I'm super excited for this one. We've gotten to talk vaults a little bit, but it's becoming more and more involved in the conversation of modern money. So Dennis, thanks for sitting down. You were just saying you were on a panel today. How'd that go?
That's right. It's good. They got my, I think they got my profile picture wrong. So people were sitting in the front row and they were looking at the screen and then looking at me and then looking at the screen, looking at me. But yeah, it was great.
Well, you said you're 6 months into Morpho. What was the panel on today specifically?
So it was actually an announcement with Juno, who launched the first peso vault.
Okay.
So it was, all our vaults are mostly dollar denominated. So
yeah, so that's a big step.
Peso one. So yeah, super excited about it. Today Morpho is around 10 billion in deposits.
Wow.
And it's primarily dollar denominated.
Yeah.
So Juno taking kind of the step to offer a vault in pesos, super exciting.
So what are the downstream effects? So this vault here, what's the hope? I imagine it's fintechs in Mexico going and integrating this. It's the institutions. It's a little bit of both. How do you see this affecting the market?
I mean, I think everybody's learning, right? When we think about the typical actors thinking about infrastructure, it really ranges from fintechs, card providers, to traditional institutions and banks. Everybody is curious about on-chain credit, and they're curious about lending infrastructure.
Yeah.
And so a large part of my role and the team's role is to be able to give them the tools, the education, the understanding, and with ecosystem partners, try and present the use cases for on-chain credit. And Morpho as a lending infrastructure is permissionless, neutral. And we try and create the analogy of being the HTTP protocol of the internet, or Swift for banking. Like, why would you build your own? You can just use Morpho. And whether you want to create a permissionless market, a permissionless vault, or fully permissioned vault, or permissioned market, you can do that. So we kind of see ourselves as the building blocks for on-chain credit.
So the building blocks of on-chain credit, USDC, US dollar denominated stablecoins have been the backbone. How have you seen, vaults, on-chain credit, maybe evolve? And obviously you're newer with Morpho, but I have to imagine you're not new to the space by any means. Where have on-chain credit been, and where do you see it starting to go?
Yeah, great question. So if you think about on-chain credit through the lens of what DeFi has been over the last 4 or 5 years, it's evolved a lot, right?
Yeah.
People understand DeFi as being primarily an area for crypto degens.
100x lever looping, yeah.
These crazy strategies that are from an institution's perspective, when they look at whether it's leverage looping across a range of different assets, producing yield in the mid-teens, it's just not something that they're interested in.
Yeah.
And was something that I think helped mature DeFi in a certain respect. But today, in the conversations that I have with institutions and fintechs, yield is not the first conversation.
Interesting.
We don't even get to yield if we cannot talk to them confidently about risks around custody, risks around compliance, risks around regulatory, risks around infrastructure, risks around a stress event or a bankruptcy. All of these scenarios with different teams within a bank, for example, and they have to be highly comfortable in understanding what a smart contract does over a typical counterparty.
Yeah. And so when you think about looking at risk, going through this compliance, is this happening off chain, or do you see this going to the future where this is completely on chain, verifiable, programmable, and is that something that resonates or still feels confusing to these institutions? Because we're even talking, I think, about M0 and Predicate. They're like, hey, we have all the compliance controls built in. It's kind of modular. You can pick what you want when issuing your stablecoin. So I was like, is that the parallel analogy we're starting to think through here? And I guess the part two of that question is, is the risk standards are set by the government? Do we want that? Or is this coming together as an industry and saying, you know, these are the standards we think we should operate around, or a little bit of both?
So
kind of a loaded question there. So feel free to pick one lane and go down. And
I think it's so this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to move compliance and risk from an operational backend of an institution or a bank and bring that on chain. That's exactly what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
And so when you think about what a vault is or what happens in a market, these are the existence of smart contracts. And we believe that smart contracts can be programmable through a set of rules that cannot be changed, that take certain actions. And that smart contract, to an extent, can replace a lot of the operational compliance and security that sits on the back end of an institution. So that's the goal. So obviously, as we interact with banks and talk to them about what happens if there's a stress event, what happens if there is, for example, a malicious actor that enters into a vault, what happens if there is a liquidity event, a stress event. We talk them through all the scenarios so that they're comfortable with that. This is going to take time.
Yeah,
this is a new technology replacing a financial machine that has evolved over the last 7 to 8, 10 decades and does its job very well. So this is I think one of the misconceptions is that Morpho, from our perspective, is not here to replace banks. That is absolutely what we're not here to do. We want to work with banks to be able to present an alternative and possibly an addition infrastructure to what they already have. Because to be clear, they're just things that banks cannot do off-chain that they can do on-chain. It's, as well as that, the collateral that sits off-chain is much more visible and transparent when it's on-chain. You can actually see what the underlying is.
Yeah.
Right? 2, everything is much faster, right? Today, we still have a 5-day credit system.
Wow.
Right? We should be able to access, or we believe that people should be able to access credit. They should be able to lend or borrow 7 days a week. And everything is just much cheaper. If we're able to think about how smart contracts can take on some of the operational infrastructure versus the back end of an institution, we start to pass those cost savings directly on to customers. And I think there's a very strong case. It's just going to take time.
Yeah. I mean, we hear it more and more in our conversations, definitely on the payments infrastructure side, where the team's scaling. It's obviously very agentic heavy, but it's agentic heavy with programmable compliance because they can just move faster. It's more verifiable, and the underwriting time is just compressed so fast. When we think about what does on-chain credit need that maybe doesn't exist? We kind of talked about midnight and a little bit of fixed rate lending. You mentioned that that's kind of been a hot topic in your conversations. What role does fixed rate lending play in this conversation, and why is it impactful?
Yes. Today, what we have is what we call Morpho Blue. Morpho Blue is a protocol that has 2 central elements to it: vaults and markets. Vaults essentially what takes the capital in. And then you have an actor like a curator who then allocates how that capital should be deployed across various markets. And markets is where the yield is generated. Within markets, we've got this variable interest rate. So that's all based on the utilization of the vault.
Right.
And there's no fixed redemption period. Both of those things are foreign to institutions and banks. They're like, well,
I'm like, wait, it was just 10%. What happened?
Yeah, we're like, oh, there's some market movements. I mean, that's just not going to fly with them. So Midnight has been an iteration and an addition to Morpho Blue. So it's not replacing Morpho Blue, but we believe that Morpho Midnight starts to offer a construct that gives predictability to institutions around what they care about. I want to be able to lend for this period of time at this rate. That's what they're familiar with. That's the construct. And so we launched the white paper 2 weeks ago. We're inviting a number of partners into beta over the next couple of months, and we hope to launch that at the end of Q3. But really excited. Well, because, when we think about evolving and maturing DeFi, we as Morpho believe that we can't sit over in the corner here and say that we're going to start replacing the current infrastructure. We have to look at what works.
Yeah.
And the banking system has built a lot of robust structures and constructs that absolutely do work. We have to think about how do we adopt that into blockchain or a smart contract format.
And so we've seen obviously the kind of the stress test of the Morpho vaults has been, lending stable coins. It has been, depositing tokens, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. And that's just, hey, look, this technology works. You mentioned earlier that now RWAs is becoming more and more of the focus, but there's a problem is that RWAs are such a blanket term for all these different primitives. How does Morpho think about, and how do you think in Morpho about, like I said, vaults for RWAs? SpaceX IPO is going crazy on Solana. You've seen Solana. I think Coinbase announced today, they're opening up stock trading and even dividends getting paid through the platform. So I only have to imagine the next year, 2 years, it's around the corner when these RWA vaults, my SpaceX vault or maybe my QQQ vault.
Yeah, it's such an interesting time to be in the space that we're in, because we've had this evolution over the last 4 or 5 years. So I led revenue for a staking company, and I was primarily focused on working with about 400 or 500 institutions in the US. And in the last administration, we had to tiptoe around the terminology that we use. You couldn't use rewards, for example.
Oh, yeah.
Like it was like,
no.
Like we had to be very careful. And institutions were like, sorry, I don't.
Do you have a dictionary?
Yeah. What is slashing? When we think about slashing, that sounds like terrible. I don't go anywhere near it.
I don't want to get slashed.
This is a black swan.
Yeah.
Like our job was talking both to clients and institutions, but also to regulators, as we thought about really opening the aperture of what was possible for institutions to create yield off their digital assets. And so things have now changed where we have hopefully clarity passing within the US over the next couple of months. And the evolvement of DeFi has kind of come from like, we have assets, NFTs, we should trade those, and everybody will see immense wealth and value if you hold on to these NFTs. And then we saw this kind of like ICO boom with new blockchains being launched. And today we're really moving into what we believe is this is the infrastructure period. For so long, like I would go home for Christmas dinners or vacations, and my parents would be like, "So what do you do?" And
how's your Bitcoiner doing?
Yeah, I was like, I just tell my mom I work for Bitcoin. It's easier. So the necessity of crypto was people trying to figure out what it was. It was almost this solution without a problem. I was talking about, this blockchain that we had just launched. Someone would say to me, well, what problem is it trying to solve? And I never had a really good answer for it.
Yeah.
That one that they could understand. But we're now moving into an infrastructure period where we can solve real problems.
Yeah.
And crypto morphing into blockchain and stable coins being the real statue or milestone of how blockchain infrastructure provides demonstrable value to the world. Like one example is Coinbase, the product that we launched. Over 2 billion in deposits now and growing fast. The experience on the Coinbase app is incredible.
Yeah.
It's like any Web 2 product that you would use. And the beauty about that is you have this very clean, simple 3 or 4 click process from the Coinbase app that abstracts away all the infrastructure around blockchain.
Yeah.
And I think that is how we're going to experience crypto or blockchain in the future. It's going to be doing all the operational work in the background to bring together different parties to supply this product, which is simple and easy to understand.
Yeah. I guess, I know you're on the institutional side, but maybe this is a little more philosophical, but thinking about the form factor of consumers or institutions, accessing these products, whether it's through the Coinbase app or through, Coinbase asset management. I was asked the other day by Chuck, we were talking about there's more neobanks becoming like trading apps, and there's more trading apps becoming like neobanks, and vaults are getting in place in them. Maybe just on your personal preference side, do you do you see a future where these neobanks, you probably want them integrating vaults to some degree, but even like I think the question I ask is, what kind of vaults are there? Is there a line where we say, hey, actually, this is maybe better as a separate user experience, so they don't start crossing paths? How do you look at that?
I mean, I think the beauty about Morpho is that it is modular, and the vault construct can be used in a number of different ways. I think to your question, where we'll find the differences, whether you have institutions using a vault, or you'll have a fintech using a vault for its customers, or whether you might have some type of employment provider at scale.
We're seeing the payroll companies, integrating the yield directly in the minute that you get paid.
So like Deal is a project that we worked on, and they have a vault specifically for their own contractors, employees getting a yield on basis. So the thing here that I think is important to stress is we are neutral infrastructure. We will thrive based on the value that other ecosystem participants bring. So curators, for example, are a huge actor around the success of Morpho. So when we think about Steakhouse, when we think about Gauntlet, when we think about a Galaxy, these are coming in and they have, a kind of a DeFi and both institutional flavor. And as institutions come in and start looking at Morpho, those curators and actors are probably one of the more significant partners that they can choose around their program. And so that partner will be chosen around the use case. Is it a fintech targeting customers? Is it some sort of payroll company targeting contractors? Or is it a pretty conservative institution?
Yeah. Well, since we're in Mexico City, where do you see that attention being focused, amongst maybe the attendees at this conference? Is it more on the embedded finance fintech side, maybe on consumer apps? Is it definitely more B2B right now?
Yeah, good question. I think we'll see fintechs as first movers. Fintechs sitting on either Bitcoin, ETH, or blue chip crypto assets, or a lot of stablecoin assets. The earn case is just a simple, straightforward case for them to take advantage of. They'll probably fast follow with a borrow opportunity. So one of their customers is sitting on a lot of Bitcoin, doesn't want to sell it, but wants to get liquidity from it, and they'll follow with that. And then second, I think we see the institutions are absolutely alive, like financial institutions. They're alive and testing what on-chain credit looks like and means for them. But because of everything that we've talked about from a compliance security perspective and a regulatory perspective, the cycle there is probably somewhere between 12 to 18 months.
Oh, wow. Feels like it's moving so fast. So like, is this your first time here at this conference?
My first time at this conference, yes.
I guess if say you come back next year, what do you hope to see happen in the space in the next year?
Yeah, good question. I'm really excited about the Juno Vault. I just think having a non-denominated dollar.
Sorry, really quick. For those that don't know, because my social media manager asked me today, Juno is actually part of the Bitso umbrella families. We sat down with Ben Reed earlier today. So just a quick, if you don't know Juno, under the Bitso family.
Bitso family, yep. So I think if I was to come back in a year's time, I would be looking at the performance of that vault, how many deposits they have. I think I'd also be really excited about hearing stories like customers that are sitting on a lot of Bitcoin or sitting on a lot of Ethereum, didn't want to sell it, but actually were able to park it in the market. They were able to get liquidity from it, and they were able to either purchase a car, pay for their kids' tuition fees. These are all live cases of what we've seen with previous customers. So I think that for us, in our goal of helping the world access credit and maximizing human potential through that goal, being able to see that happen here in Mexico would be super cool.
I love that you mentioned just kind of seeing those downstream quality of life improvement for your finances. We talked with Guillermo from El Dorado, and he's like, we're opening a brick and mortar store in Bolivia. Super cool store. And he's like, but did you know that you can go buy a Toyota in USDT in Bolivia? And I'm like, that's super cool. And again, you think about, okay, well, how am I getting my USDT? Do I have other digital assets? Do I have digital assets that are RWAs, you know, that are akin to how I already manage my finances.
Yeah, and I think like this is the thing that gets us really fired up is like we believe that we're like our goal is to be able to like realize what is the potential of human ambition. And in order to realize the potential of human ambition, you need capital to be able to place bets on those individuals that want to take to take that step. And to access that credit, both across developed and undeveloped and developing markets, has been incredibly tough.
Yeah.
And we believe that the world should be able to meet both lenders and borrowers at an infrastructure that allows the market to decide whether I'm going to lend to you or you're going to lend to me. So if you turn up to Morpho and you say, hey, I've got this Bitcoin, or I'm a business and these are my receivables, or I have a house, and these are the tokenized deeds, any of those type of signals will display a level of trust. I will take that trust and then the market will price, how am I going to give that capital to you based on that trust signal? And so what we're seeing here today is something with digital assets and crypto-backed loans. But where we go tomorrow, to our point about RWAs, is like the potential is limitless.
Yeah. I talk about Figure and the Hashra and the Prime Vault a ton on this show. So I love that you kind of slid that in at the end, because I think it's just like a perfect example of where the space is going. And again, it's not as sexy as Bitcoin and, you know, Ethereum and crypto and you know, all that, but it's like they have over $1 billion in deposits right now, and who knows where they're going next. I probably couldn't have written a better last segment mic drop moment. So I think we're going to wrap up here, let you get back to the conference. Dennis, it's been great sitting down with you. We'll be right back. That was our interview with Dennis from Morpho, head of institutional growth. We'll be back shortly. All right, we're back. We are rounding out our interviews at a Stablecoin Conference in Mexico City. We're joined by Dimitri, president, correct, at Modern Treasury. You've kind of hit our conference circuit. Last time we talked to you was at very stable conference. I think just two kind of in my head like premier conferences. Maybe I'm a little biased since we've been out of both of them. But Dimitri, I mean, thanks for coming back. How's the sentiment? You know, maybe. How was it at AVSC and how's it been in Mexico City?
Yeah, thanks for having me. And I couldn't agree more. I was here at this conference last year, which was the first time they had Bitso organize this conference for the first time. It was a bit of an experiment.
Yeah.
I think that the LatAm corridor is so important for U.S. companies that even for the U.S. side of the house, I think there's a lot of some of the best companies were here and present and focused on this market. So,
I mean, you see here, where to say, building LatAm connections. Do you think prior to this conference that it was hard if maybe you were going to the more digital asset oriented ones in the state to meet Latin American builders?
Yeah, I think that fundamentally, when you're in Silicon Valley, when you're in San Francisco, you're thinking about technology, and when you go to events there, I think the feel and the focus is really around what can technology do, how can it work. You hear a lot of talk about it, agentic commerce and different types of chains, and it's very, very technical. It's not trying to be. And I think when you get out of the US, you really feel the power of stablecoins and the draw of dollarization, which doesn't really mean anything in the US. Where we live in dollars, but in a lot of these economies outside of the U.S. that have inflation, have historically had all sorts of problems in their banking sectors and so on, the ability to be able to just like operate in U.S. denominated coins is such a powerful thing. And I just don't think that so when you talk to people here, of course it's, it is a technology thing and that comes up, but by and large, that's not the focus. It's a little bit more focused on real business or consumer use cases that are sort of day-to-day things that people have problems with.
Yeah. I mean, we were just talking a little bit about those use cases, and I think you sit in an interesting position. We were talking about this, like some of these companies have started as very crypto native, stablecoin payments, fiat payments have been integrated. You guys started kind of on the other end. You had a product launch when we talked with you last at a very stable conference. So kind of catch us up on what's happened since then.
Yeah, so just to catch you up, for those of you who are not familiar with Modern Treasury, we started in 2018, really focused on software and building software for money movement, for fiat money movement. So we helped companies, integrated banks, send payments, ledger those payments, reconcile them, be able to report on them, all those things that technology and finance and ops teams need to do when they're moving money at large scale. And when we last spoke, we had just launched our PSP, which was basically us stepping forward and saying, we're actually going to step into the flow of funds, help you with compliance, help you with the bank integration. We're going to provide all the payments needs that you have so you can be a one-stop shop. And we offer both versions. There's large corporates that are using us to connect to a number of banks that they already work with. And there's, a lot of times startups or companies that are starting with stable coins, they don't have deep bank integrations and deep bank relationships, and they just want to get started as quickly as possible. So that PSP product launched in February. It followed an acquisition that we did of a company called Beam, which was a payment orchestration company. And we built the Beam, rebuilt the Beam technology into Modern Treasury, and we launched in February. And so it's been, 4 months or so. We just had our first $100 million TPV month on the PSP.
Congrats.
Thank you. We're very excited. We're seeing a lot of breadth of use cases, which we're very excited about. And, as always happens in hypergrowth, when you start growing, you start, having a lot of feature requests that you have to go add. And so I'm sitting here very conscious of things that we need to go add to improve it, and at the same time, it's a very exciting time for us to be building this.
When you think about what you need to go add, what is that thing that keeps you up at night right now?
Well, it's really just the power that what we're trying to be is be the developer's best friend in making them not have to think about all the different payment rails and types of payments that exist in the financial system. And so, as an example, there are things on the fiat side like being able to print and send and mail a paper check in the US.
Believe it or not, people still want it.
Still want it.
Yeah.
And at the same time, on the other hand, you have folks who are focused on specific chain or specific coin that we need to go support on the stablecoin side. So I think what's really interesting is creating that that interface that works with all of them. And so we're adding both ends of the spectrum, if you will. We're adding.
Yeah. Okay. So Dimitri, I want to ask you specifically when we're thinking through RTP through stablecoins, I'm thinking through this the lens of like the 22-year-old developer, they're in college, maybe they're putting together some of their first payment flows. Like, do they need to lean on the side of, I need to be stablecoins, I just need to focus on that. RTP is going to get phased out. I need to learn both. Or, hey, if you're just focused on domestic, like RTP is all we need right now.
You know, it's a fascinating question. I think there's an embedded within it is a question of like, how do students today or developers who are kind of new to payments today, how do they actually learn about payments? We, from the get-go, built a lot of content. We pride ourselves on our API docs, on making sure that we have a lot of helpful content, whether you use Modern Treasury or not, to understand how does ACH work, how does stablecoins work, how does RTP work. And more, I think that the reality is that people, you know, speak with ChatGPT, they speak with Claude, they ask it to go build something for them, they go try to test it. Now, because it's a financial product, there's still steps like KYB and others that force you to not entirely obfuscate away like all the actual technology. You have to be aware of what you're opening, where you're starting. But I do think that we're seeing more folks that they're going live faster, but in some cases they don't have the depth of understanding of the different payment rails. And so there's a role for us to actually help point out where something like RTP can actually help them, or something like stablecoins can help them in their businesses. But yeah, I think it's a brave new world. I think the way that the technology buyer interfaces with an API, you know, reference is just completely different now.
Yeah, I mean, we think about that a lot recently. Like, I even just asked this question when I'm going to Claude. I'm like, is it giving me the best answer? Like, if I ask it, who should I go to for payments? Is it going to give me the best answer? Or is it going to give me the person that's put together the best API documentation and content and discoverability?
You think about every company out there, like what they're thinking is, how do I get in there? How do I make the given model think of me first? And so I think you're seeing marketing start thinking about those types of questions because they're very relevant.
Yeah, and it feels similar in the sense of like the SEO blog phase on Google, but I think the step further is when you get to start actually interacting with these applications, and that time to just, like you said, go live is just getting compressed.
That's right.
When you
we had a company go live in 4 days, like a couple months ago, which you know, it's amazing for somebody to. I mean, it's effectively like building a full integration, adding support in a number of countries in a number of payment rails, go through KYB and go live. Like that's just not possible. I mean, you're seeing neobanks that are going global right away. You talk to teams that are like 10 people. And they're in 27 countries. And again, going back to you know, even 3 years ago, that was completely impossible.
The rise of the vibe coded neobank is definitely, we talked about this last week. Have you seen neobank.build? Little free plug here. Go check it out. They kind of like, they're talking about just full stacks of a whole bunch of neobanks. But again, also covering teams that are just spinning up neobanks almost overnight. I want to go back to RTP because this really fascinates me, especially what you were talking about off camera with the HELOCs. Kind of walk us through that flow, because I'm also thinking that this is probably a really relevant use case. I mean, I imagine if the United States has an inundated mortgage, you know, payment flows, how much worse is emerging markets here? And what would be the parallels of RTP for the US, stablecoins for, you know, maybe a HELOC company in Brazil?
Well, places like Brazil, I think, actually have leapfrogged some of the technology that the US is stuck with. So I remember seeing somebody in Brazil using Pix for 2FA. So for authentication, instead of sending a text message, they were going to send you like 10 cents and 15 cents into your account.
Wow.
And it was going to get there instantly and more reliably and cheaper than a text message. And if you told somebody in the US that you have a payment rail that is more reliable, faster, cheaper, 24/7 and instant, you know, relative to any a text message, like it's crazy, right? Like we don't have payment. I mean, RTPs, but like I think that really is something that other countries have leapfrogged. And I think that there's reasons for it. Obviously, the US has been around for, the US payment systems have been around for a lot longer. There's 3,000, you know, financial institutions. It's much more complicated. but at the same time, like, you know, the US should get its act together.
Yeah.
And so I think we're starting to see that. And so something like HELOC, you brought that up, home equity line of credits. That's one of these products that sounds somewhat old school, if you will. But lots of money, you know, travels over that. And when you actually are in the flow and you're actually trying to go to a HELOC company and you're effectively doing a bit of like a mortgage application, you're basically saying, here's what I want you to finance for me. At the end of that step, there's going to be a funding, you get approved, and then there's a funding moment. And in that funding moment, if you send funds over RTP and that shows up in your account right away, or over FedNow and it shows up in your account right away, from a customer psychology perspective, that's a huge different experience, right? And so that I think is a really powerful thing. So I think when people, you know, from the financial world think about instant payments, they get drawn to like, you know, you have more, you have better flexibility around like when do you want to place the actual fund distribution? You have like optimizing yield, you know, all that stuff is true, but the actual user experience and who you're actually building this for matters a lot. And so I think that I think to me is one of these things that RTP kind of like jumps over into marketing and acquisition land. And if a HEL company can say, we distribute funds right away, and our competitors take 20 minutes, you have to call a wire number, or they take, you know, over a few days for the ACH to arrive or what have you. That's, you know, that's a reason to work with them. That's a reason to pick them.
We mentioned that I'm going to take you up on the offer to riff on this a little bit. We were talking about Figure, Chiave. You mentioned the acquisition. You mentioned that I didn't know you used to work for them as well. When we think about just these relevant use cases for industries that are ripe for disruption, like how do you look through maybe not just HELOC, but real estate in general?
Real estate is a huge industry that is entirely paper-based today. And so whether it is the application itself, whether it's the capital markets kind of engine behind the scenes, securitizations, the paperwork around HELOCs or fund distributions or wire. I mean, the term wire room still exists, right? So I think that those opportunities to innovate are there. And I think that the technology is now also there to be able to do this. And, you know, just riffing on this, one of the fascinating things that we work with a lot of title and escrow companies. And would it be amazing for international buyers to be able to fund, let's say an international buyer buys a house in the US, and for the down payments to be able to send that in over stablecoin directly to the escrow company that can receive it, move it into US dollars, and maybe, you know, send it to the seller of the house.
Seller, pay out commissions, pay off any debts, do everything you need to do to get the loan.
Stablecoin inbound cross-border payment for a buyer of a house solves so many problems, both for the buyer and for the escrow company that has to start calculating post FX. How do I make sure that you have this much money? How do I get it to you by Tuesday at 2 p.m. when somebody's sitting in a conference room trying to, like, you know, close out the house sale? And so I just think that there's so many opportunities for this. And, you know, these are not the first industries to innovate. They're not like the earliest adopters, but I think they're starting to wake up to that.
I mean, even just, it's crazy to think, I mentioned how I used to work in the mortgage industry. People would not close their loans, you know, on their closing date because you'd miss the wire cutoff. And it's like, man, RTP would have been nice, or, you know, stable coins. And it's like, in 2020, 2021, you know, you still don't send the wire in time. Hey, did you get the wire? Hey, did you get the wire? It's just, it honestly blows my mind.
It's great to hear a lot about cash only buyers. Like, what does that mean? Like, how does that cash get where? Like, what is that, you know?
They're coming in with the briefcase and just saying, here you go, buy the house. I actually don't even know. I'm just thinking, what would that process even look like? I don't think many lenders would, escrow companies would probably turn you away and say, no, I only take a cashier's check, or you can send me a wire. Otherwise, SOL.
We're working with some pretty forward-looking ones, but it's a change. And again, I think that going back to this conference, like the whole industry, I think is in this moment of convergence where the traditional companies are now realizing, partly because of the Genius Act and regulation allowing them to do it, and partly because the technology is actually matured enough and there's enough vendors that are sort of tested and serious and it's understood how it works. That all of a sudden you're seeing a lot of traditional banks, FIs, escrow companies, what have you, starting to do these things that, you know, 5 years ago they're oftentimes like not allowed to experiment with.
Yeah. Well, Dimitri, we're going to wrap here soon. The last question for you. You were here the first year of the conference. This is the second year of the conference. Pretty sure they're doing it again next year. Let's say we're back next year. What do you hope to see happen over the next, call it 365-ish days?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of conversation about the Clarity Act. So obviously, Genius happened since between the last one and this one. I think that that would be a huge unlock for a lot of use cases that today are not necessarily being made available for folks. But I think the thing that I would be most excited to see in a year from now is just a lot more companies that are not here today. I mean, there's a lot of companies here today that were not here last year. And I think that should continue. And hopefully more, like I said, more of the traditional companies that have now are being, they're building up their pilots, they're building up their teams, they're kind of, turning the ship around towards this new and innovative thing. And so I think that seeing more of those at events like this is something that I'd expect, and I think will be.
Yeah, you want to go around and you see name tags where you see the company, and you're like, "Oh, I wasn't expecting that," or I haven't heard of that company yet. Yeah, well, awesome. Well, Dimitri, thanks for sitting down. This is going to wrap up our interviews. I don't know, probably done close to 20 here at a Stablecoin Conference in Mexico City. It's been a great week, Dimitri. I hope you have a great night. Safe travels back home. Tune in next week for